Good evening, everyone. Open Space Board of Trustees members, Open Space and Mountain Park staff, and members of the public. We are here for the November 10th, 2021 Open Space Board of Trustees meeting. And what a beautiful fall evening it is. Shorter days, fun for us to get together and do some environmental work. As we always start, we begin with the roll. Do I have Karen Holwig?
Here.
Do I have Dave Kuntz?
Here.
Do I have Caroline Miller?
Present.
And do I have Michelle Estrella?
Here.
And I, Hal Hallstein, am present. So we have the full board and a quorum. Dan, I guess we should probably move to our meeting rules and City of Boulder overview, I believe, correct? And Allison, are you going to lead that on today?
Yep, the meeting guidelines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let me share. Okay, sorry. So thank you for joining us tonight. In order to strike a balance between transparent engagement and online security, the following rules will be applied to the meeting this evening. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited. No person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. And in order to speak tonight during the public comment portion, we will need a full name. If you've joined by phone or phone number, you can message me in the chat and I can rename you, or you can rename yourself. But we will need a full name before we can ask you to unmute. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. The chat function is enabled to host only, and it's for technical Zoom-related questions, not content. And only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during this meeting. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Allison. As far as making some headway through some administration, I think we're going to move next to reviewing the minutes of the October 13th meeting. Then we will proceed into a generalized public comment. This evening in the meeting, there are no public hearing items, so two members of the public interested in commenting, you might think about starting to raise hands in the background there. The public comment period will be the appropriate moment to speak on any and all topics tonight. So why don't we turn our attention quickly to the packet and start on page number 1 of the minutes of the October 13th meeting. Does anybody have any issues or concerns that they see on the first page? Seeing none. How about the second page? Seeing none. The third page is quite short. Any issues there? Karen?
I'd like to just clarify the first sentence by adding objectives for current management actions and need for monitoring to learn results of those actions.
Great, and since that's attributed to you, I see no issue with that. That is indeed what was discussed. Are we clear on that, or should Karen say that again?
Karen, do you want it at the beginning? Can you just tell me where in that sentence you were hoping for that to be?
At the end of the first sentence, right before the period. It says specifically on seasonal leash regulations and how it meshes with adaptive management, comma, objectives for current management actions, and need for monitoring to learn results of those actions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
One thing that the minutes made me think of that I wanted to point out quickly, Karen, too, was I recall that there was discussion in the last meeting during the easement item about the noticing distances. And it actually occurred to me while looking at the rules and procedure to see that 600 feet is ensconced there. And I just thought I'd ask Dan for clarity. Do you know if there's any other places than that where notice requirements are listed in the law or otherwise, or is it just in our rules and procedure?
You're
We can't hear
muted.
you, Dan, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you, Hal. Staff actually noticed that as well, and when we checked in with the city attorney's office, and Leah, correct me if I'm wrong on some of the feedback we got, but no, it is not in any. We haven't found it in any place other than in that document. So one of the future conversations we would like to have with the board is where and if it belongs, and what document would it be appropriate in. We think the 600 feet comes back to some definitional of 600 feet regarding approvals with city planning projects and some of the requirements that they have. But so far we have been unable to identify other areas where that's mentioned, especially in the areas in our BRC and charter that talks about disposals. But we want to confirm that, and then we can have that conversation with the board once we make sure we're solid on what we're finding.
Great.
Thanks for pursuing that, Dan.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So I guess unless there are any other changes or comments, we might lift a motion to approve the prior meeting's minutes. Does anybody else have anything else? All right, I will move that the Open Space Board approve the October 13th, 2021 minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. Caroline seconds. And Dave
And that's
Koontz,
as amended, right?
as amended.
Yes.
Dave Koontz?
Yes.
Great. And Caroline?
Yes.
And Michelle? And then Karen, you weren't the second, forgive me. You approve?
Yes.
Great, we have unanimous approval. Wonderful. I guess with that, we will turn to our public comment period. Once again, for everybody, members of the public, now is the time. We do not have any public hearing items later this evening. So if you have something to communicate, please raise your hand.
Hell, we didn't have anyone sign up in advance,
I
so
do
we'll go straight to hands.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
So Lynn Siegel, you are up first. And you should be able to unmute yourself now, and then I'll just start your time.
I'm 68 years old. Don't ever go to the doctor. Kidney stones, I do not recommend them. $17,000 for 2 hours, which was mostly waiting, a CT that took 5 minutes, blood pressure, and heart rate. That's it. Amazing. Anyway, so this is what I suggest you do about CU South. Yesterday, drop the land disposal. Stop it now. There needs to be a mitigation that's set up around that happening. And we are spending money as we speak on a mitigation that we don't want. This is wasted taxpayer dollars. No, I highly recommend all of you drop the land disposal. 0. No, don't do it now. Otherwise, we've got the referendum to go to next year. Then we have the land disposal the year after. This thing gets dragged on more. And you have people that are concerned about the flood issue down there. So that's the most efficient quickest way to do it is stop it in its tracks now with the land disposal. And don't bet on Matt Benjamin. You know, political expediency is what happens here. We know that. We know that from Boulder's history. This new council is not going to change Boulder's history. We are on this board. You are, for me, as a representative for me. Then what you do is you do condemnation. Then we have the land that we need to do whatever mitigation we want. I highly recommend alternative 6, but if someone else wants something else, great. But not this 100-year mitigation that we're wasting money on as we speak. This needs to be done yesterday. And you can do it. That stops the whole thing. That's it. Done. You know, by default, the approval is reversed. No lengthy or, you know, no big thing next year, nothing the year afterwards. It's done. Done. It's simple. No land disposal. They can't go forward. Next. CU is next. They can go where they want, and they'll have the money that that land is really worth after the condemnation, which is not nearly so much as they thought, but I don't feel bad about them after Dick Tharp and Larry Frey and that whole deal set up. I have no sympathy, you know. They'll have the value that they have. They can put it wherever they want. That's their business, not North Boulder. Done.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Allison, do we? I'm not seeing anybody else. Do you see anyone else?
Nope, no other hands.
Okay, I guess with that, we will close the public comment period. And Dan, I'd like to turn the meeting over to you.
Great, thanks, Hal. Good evening, trustees. Nice to see everyone. And like Hal said, I hope everybody has been enjoying the great outdoors. Before we launch into, you know, it's looking, the agenda looks very rich in a diversity of topics, so it should be a great evening. We're going to talk a little bit about a funded research project. You all requested us to come back and profile a project. We're going to talk a little bit about updating you on our easement program within our real estate area. We're going to talk a little bit about our wellness program within our education and outreach programming. And then, of course, for matters from the board, we've got some retreat follow-up and letters to the a letter to the council. So a very diverse meeting. I do want to start off with several verbal announcements. And one is just an acknowledgement tonight that both Steve Armstead and Mark Davison are not with us here tonight. They are actually representing department leadership at a very important event that I'd like to just speak to for just a moment. I have some prepared remarks here that I would like to read, but as we updated the board earlier this year, Open Space Rangers were among the first to respond to the tragic incident that happened on March 22nd. And tonight, the city of Boulder is honoring those who responded to the event with the King Soopers Response Boulder Police Department Awards ceremony. It's at this ceremony that Rangers, along with officers from the Boulder Police Department and Boulder County Sheriff's Office and the university, will be recognized for their service in response to this tragic event. OSBT Rangers Scott Wilkie and Sam Kilburn will receive the Medal of Valor, which is awarded to Rangers who distinguish themselves by conspicuous bravery under unusual, complicated, or hazardous conditions in which they risked grave personal danger and used excellent judgment in accomplishing a specific mission. Along with Scott and Sam, several other of our Ranger staff also joined on the scene and provided critical assistance on that day. While this incident is very different than a typical day-to-day Rangers play on open space, Rangers are trained and prepared to assist during emergencies and significant events affecting public safety. And with the event at King Soopers unfolding, they immediately responded with professionalism, courage, and a willingness to do what was necessary to provide public safety and put into practice the shared training and learned skills that are possessed, but likely hope that they never have to apply. It is also worth noting and reminding us that through a long and storied collaborative approach, Rangers have formed and forged a strong partnership with Boulder's police force, which is mutually beneficial to each agency and to the public that we serve. The Rangers work closely with Boulder PD by training together, by working together when handling emergencies, and when responding to all sorts of calls for service. So I personally, on behalf of the department, and I am unable to be there tonight, and I know Steve and Mark will convey this as well, but we want to thank the city responders on that terrible day for their professionalism, bravery, and service to the community of Boulder. They keep us safe without pause for their own lives, and for this, we owe them a great debt and honor their selfish service. So thought it would be appropriate for us to start this, knowing that exactly at this time, that events over at the JCC is happening. So
Thank you, Dan. When you
wanted to add anything to that?
yeah, when you mentioned this to me the other day, I did some thinking about it, and I think it's wonderful that our Ranger team in this particular case rose to this challenge. And simultaneously, I guess it's also a little unsurprising. I feel that you know, caring for our environment and caring for the community are so closely related. And assuredly, all the staff, especially our Ranger staff that's out there every day, are in an amazing position to see what's going on in our community physically on the land. And we certainly thank all of them and the entire team for what we do to uplift each other as people and not just this open space. So thank you.
Thank
Other
you.
board members have thoughts on that?
Well, let's keep them in our hearts and minds tonight as they're being honored for their service. Great. A few other verbal announcements, just some good news for the community that on Monday, we will be opening the Royal Arch Trail. Our major significant maintenance and reroute is completed. And so on Monday, we will be opening up that trail, which I think is going to be great news for community members who appreciate that historic and beloved area of our system. Next, I would just like to mention that that coming up is our 6th annual Soil Revolution Conference that's being held in Boulder on December 8th. So I know some of you are very interested in that subject, and folks that may be listening. This event will be held at the Boulder Jewish Community Center, otherwise known as the JCC, on December 8th. And registrants can attend in person or live stream the event. And the early registration deadline will be November 17th, excuse me. And the event is hosted by Boulder County Parks and Open Space, the CSU Extension, the City of Boulder, NRCS, and the Boulder Valley and Longmont Conservation Districts. Our Soil Senior Health Program Manager, Lauren Kolb, is again playing a very significant role in organizing and hosting this conference. And presenters and participants will discuss on-the-ground solutions from producers spanning a variety of climate and soil conditions across the country. Featured speakers this year will include John Lundgren, Daniel Mays, Bob Quinn, and Elizabeth Black. And if you're interested in learning more about this, you can find more information and speaker bios at www.soilrev, that's soilrev.org. So I know some of you have been following these conferences over the years, and just wanted to point out that we're coming up to another one soon. And lastly, just I put this announcement out last month, just want to follow that up again, that the annual Prairie Dog meeting with our community, Prairie Dog Management meeting with the community will be held on Monday, December 13th. And that will be from 6 to 8 p.m. And this is the opportunity where staff will review all of the Prairie Dog work that the city has been working on in 2021 and giving us a sneak peek and previewing into our plans for 2022. It'll be a virtual meeting with video presentations posted ahead of time, just like last year. There'll be a chance at the meeting for staff to answer questions from the public. And the agenda and details are still being finalized, but will be put out soon, well ahead of the meeting, and posted on the OSBT website. And I believe our board meeting in December is before this date, so we'll put out another verbal announcement, likely just like I'm doing tonight, as another reminder. So that's just some verbal updates that weren't on the agenda. Does anybody have any questions on those? Okay, well, we're gonna hop right in. I want to point out that Hal and I talked about just a brief reshuffling of matters from the department. We are going to be moving item C up and switching it with B. So we just got a little bit of a different order on the agenda. So don't be surprised that after A, we're going to go to the wellness program update. So just an FYI. But we're going to begin tonight where I'm going to introduce our science officer, Brian Anaker, who is going to introduce tonight's featured funded research project spotlight. As some of you know, earlier this fall, or it might have been late summer, Brian presented an overview of the funded research projects, and out of that discussion became a request from the trustees to possibly look at profiling a few of these projects in the coming year. And so we took that to heart, and Brian organized bringing one of them forward for tonight. So Brian, I'll turn things over to you.
Thanks, Dan. It's my privilege to introduce to you tonight Dr. Brian Buma, who's with us on the call. He's an associate professor from CU Denver. In January of 2021, Brian submitted a proposal for interagency funding as part of our funded research program. And his proposal addressed a high priority for us, which is understanding how our fuels treatments and wildfire impact forest health and carbon management. Hi, Brian. Which was timely given the recent Calwood fire of October 2020, which impacted Boulder County parks and open space land in particular. So his proposal was selected for joint funding by all three agencies, OSMP, BCPOS, and Jefferson County Open Space, which gave him a really large geographic area to work over and a much larger budget than our normal small grants. From OSMP over the field season, his staff sponsor has been Chris Warner, who won't be joining us tonight. Brian was kind enough to agree to come visit with us here tonight to provide a first look at some of his results. These are intermediate results, and there's a lot more coming, as you'll see. Specifically, he's busy processing over 1,300 soil samples. So Brian's prepared about a 15-minute presentation for us tonight, and then we'll have some time for questions afterwards. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brian to start his screen share and slideshow.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, let me get that started. Let's share my screen. There we go. Can you see that? Should be able to. All right, I don't think I'm gonna get to see my notes, so hopefully I won't forget anything. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the invite. Oh, and I can't see a clock, so someone tell me when I go over. I can't thank you enough for the invite to share some interim results on our project. As Brian said, we're still in the thick of it, although he gave me credit for processing soil, and really it should go to Erin Twaddell, who's on the call. She's getting her master's degree as part of this work. And also want to mention Tony Vorster, who's supported by this work as well for the remote sensing work. So it's my pleasure to present it, but you know, the real heroes. Okay, move. All right. So as Brian said, this is a project that spans Jeffco, Boulder County, and City of Boulder land. The goal is looking at different fuels treatments, both sort of like this, intact. And then in the context of the Calwood fire, we saw the Calwood fire as a wonderful opportunity to investigate treatment effectiveness for treatments which are occurring elsewhere. The Calwood, happened to hit some of them square on. So it was a nice way to say, this is, these are what the treatments look like before they're burned, and this is what they look like after they're burned. Just a little bit of background. We're primarily focused on carbon, the effect of carbon with treatments and without treatments. And I promise this is the only schematic graph. Oh, well, the next slide actually, two schematic graphs. There's a couple ways that fires can impact a landscape in terms of carbon, and a couple ways which it can be mediated through treatments. So, for example, we might have treated stands that then burn in some wildfire. That's that dotted vertical line there, that recover faster. So that could be a goal of treatment. That'd be that one arrow. The two arrow would be maybe if you treat it, it's less severe in terms of its impact on carbon. And that's one thing we're really focused on here. And then the third thing is, the arrow number 3 is maybe you can avoid some transitions between ecosystem types. We live in an interesting spot where the lower elevation forests around here are kind of on the edge of their climatic tolerance. And so any sort of punch like a wildfire can cause some significant changes, especially in the context of a changing climate. But there's another caveat too, and that's that if you do a treatment, you are losing carbon. I mean, we're taking out, and when I say treatment, I mean things like thinning or prescribed burning. You are reducing carbon, and if it never burns, then that is, depending on where that carbon went, could essentially be seen as wasted effort or unnecessary emissions. So there's a reason to think carefully about why we're doing these things.
Brian, can I just ask on those schematics where it says carbon, you mean that refers to sequestered carbon on the land? Just to understand your left axis.
Yes, yeah, that's just talking about carbon stocks. It's
Okay.
Carbon stocks on land. So you could put this in any pool, really, above ground, below ground, total. Just essentially speaking to carbon on the landscape, yeah.
Sorry to
And
interrupt.
obviously, it's just a simple schematic that it would be bouncing around a little bit more with climate, and it would be trending one way or the other with climate change over long periods of time. Yeah, thanks. So our broad questions are how these treatments impact things like veg types. So things like grass. Grass pumps a lot of carbon below ground. We want to know how the treatments affect grass. Also, in conversations after we propose this with various land managers that are interested in grass from a fire point of view, what species are there? How does the soil respond across treatment types with and without wildfire? How does fire severity respond to these forest treatments? Do they work in terms of various severity metrics? And that's done with remote sensing. That's probably the most results we have right now. And then eventually mapping carbon at a fine scale. Okay, so the treatments that we'll hit up as I move quickly are thinning, and these thinning treatments occurred on essentially since 2004, and then a bonus treatment in 2021. Thinning and prescribed burning. So that thinning happens in the late 80s, early 2000s, and then burning right after that in the mid 2000s. And then those treatments that burned in the Calwood fire. So we have a straight wildfire treatment, but then we also have sites that were thinned and then burned in the wildfire, as well as sites that thinned and then were prescribed burned and then burned in the wildfire. So this is what the map of the landscape looks like. Like we said, it's like Brian said, it's pretty extensive. There's 130 sites spread across the region. Aaron did a heroic job working in the late summer dryness and heat on these open stands to get to all these places. Because of the way the jurisdictions worked out, the thinning and prescribed burning treatments are essentially Jeffco. The thinning only treatments are essentially Boulder County, and the wildfires, obviously, the Calwood area. Just as a sort of what the plots looked like, they're almost all ponderosa pine. For those of you interested in the species composition, there was a small component of Douglas fir on the thin stands on city land. But in general, they were all pretty similar. The treated stands have lower biomass. Here in this graph, biomass is represented as basal area, which is just the sum of all the areas of the trunks. So if you cut them all off and added up that area, it'd be basal area. The wildfire has the highest basal area, but that's unsurprising because that's the one that wasn't treated in any way, wasn't thinned or anything. What do they look like? This is a thin stand. This is city Boulder lands. It's beautiful. It's a thinned treatment there. Hey, can you not scribble to that? Single parenting. This is Jeffco land. So this is an area that was thinned and then prescribed burned. Also looks gorgeous. This is in the Calwood in on the Heil Valley Ranch property. This was an unthinned spot in Heil, and you can see obviously it was torched. And this is a thin spot also burned in the fire, and you can see the much lower density. This stand was actually thinned just a couple months before the fire, I believe. So what does the data look like? Well, we have, like, in terms of grass, if you go out there and look in terms of just grass cover, like, are we promoting more grass by thinning and prescribed burning or thinning? And we have a lot more grass in areas where there's thinning and prescribed burning than areas that were thinned. Obviously, the wildfire treatments there on the left have much less grass in general. They just burn, it's recovering. But it was kind of interesting to see that it appears that if we thin and prescribe burn, that does seem to promote a lot more grass. Continuous grass cover with implications for fire behavior, but also for below ground carbon allocation. The other interesting thing about differences between these, before I get into the fire severity maps and start looking at its effectiveness in terms of fire, was just organic soil depth. And we don't have the soil carbon yet, and that's going to be the big exciting finding that we'll get that we're getting, as we work through these 1,300 samples. But it'll probably track with organic soil depth. And this was interesting. Essentially, the more the treatments you applied, the lower the organic soil layer was. So a lot of carbon is here. This is a fairly large reservoir of carbon, and so the thinner that gets, the less potential carbon you have, at least in the surface layers. Thinning only treatments had the most organic soil depths, on the average about 6, 7, 8 centimeters. It was about a third less if it was thinned and then also burned. And so that addition of prescribed burning is associated here, at least on these plots, at least, with a fairly large reduction in average organic soil depth, which kind of makes sense as you're burning the land. But what was cool is those two columns on the right, the thin and prescribed burn and the thin treatments, that stuck around when we went into the wildfire. Even after you burned them, that difference stuck around. The thinning, it had less overall, but the places that were thin, prescribed burned, and then burned in the wildfire had the lowest, had lower than thin. So that sort of relationship or reduction with prescribed burning carried over even after it was burned. This is just depth, right? So when we get to carbon, it actually takes into a couple other factors into account, like the density of soil and the percent carbon in the soil. So can't speculate too much, but my guess is it will correlate with this. Now onto the fire and what the treatments did to the fire in terms of fire behavior. This is a map that was put together as part of this in graphing DNBR, which is a metric of fire severity that's often generated via satellite imagery. And if you don't know what DNBR is, it's a difference normalized burn ratio. But all that basically means is it's the change in color before and after a fire. And it's not a color we can see. It uses wavelengths of light that are not, we can't see, but we can create satellites to see them. They respond to moisture, soil moisture, and things. And so the bigger the difference, the higher severity of fire, typically. So what you can see is a fairly large range from essentially zero change, meaning there wasn't much change pre and post, it was pretty low severity spot, to fairly high severity areas. And the treatments here, this is not, there is actually a slightly updated treatment map, which we have, didn't get it incorporated in time for this presentation, but you get the gist. The green areas were prescribed burns prior to the fire. There's some green things up there. Thinning is in this blue, sort of aqua blue The previous wildfire is here. This is the overland fire on the bottom part of the map. And then all of the treatments are in black. So it's a big map. It shows a nice spectrum of severity. You don't want to read too much into satellite-derived metrics of fire severity, because they really are just looking from above. You really have to get out of the ground and see what it looks like. One team that has that we have data for is the soil burn severity classes from the BEAR team, which is a team that goes out and assesses soil severity right after a fire. And we see a pretty nice correlation between low DNBR, so this map in the background, so low severity is mapped from space, and low soil impacts up to high soil impacts being associated with high burn severity. So that seems to be behaving nicely. But what's interesting, at least in terms of DNBR, and it's worth saying again, this is a satellite-derived metric, is that treatments didn't do much. And so let me explain this graph. This is a model where we essentially try to predict DNBR, so observed satellite severity, as a function of a bunch of different predictor variables, things like fire size, forest canopy cover, elevation, slope, size of the treatment, year of the treatment, and canopy base height, which is basically how tall those things are. And the most important predictor variables were fire area, how much burned on that day, which probably tracks with fire weather, forest canopy cover, and then elevation. So at a point, what really mattered was how much trees you have at a point, as well as fire behavior, how much area burned in that day. What was kind of surprising is the treatments, the two treatment metrics are fairly low in this graph on the left. The lower down you are, the less important that variable seemed to be. At the top there, we have that fire area burned in that day, and canopy cover, the most important metrics. At the bottom, we have things like canopy base height, which wasn't very important at all, as signified by that point far to the left. And then the treatment variables, surprisingly. And that holds out if you just look at burn severity that was mapped based on treatment. So what you have here is those polygons I showed you earlier with the treatments in them, where treatments were done. And then the average, then the distribution, of burn severities within those treatments. So this was done by putting down about 1,000 random points in every treatment and then just pulling out the burn severity. So essentially it's a sampling of what the fire looked like within those treatment boundaries. And wildfire here doesn't refer to the Calwood, it refers to a prior refers to the overland fire. So a fire about 15 years ago, or 20 years ago at this point. So what we see is the lowest severity, again, as measured by DNBR, is associated with the last wildfire, not actually with the treatments all that much. In fact, the two lowest groups here on the left, so the lowest DNBR values, are both associated with that overland fire. And from there, we end up with prescribed fire seeming to have reduced DNBR or be associated with lower DNBR values, and then thinning having the highest DNBR values. So the highest severity are in treatments that were thinned typically. Now, there's a lot of spread in here though. So that just illustrates how variable fires tend to be. So there's a lot of variability. So the points that we measured, we captured a gradient of fire severity within the Calwood. So these represent all the treatments that we have on City of Boulder land and open space land. Just the burned versions. I just want to show you where those were. They kind of follow trails and roads, and they're all old. They're stands that have been measured before because they were treated before. Again, this is the DNBR map, and the size of the circle just refers to the severity at that spot. So we don't have soil carbon yet, but we're getting about done with the standing carbon, so the tree carbon. And these are the results by treatment. So if you look on the left, all of them have standing carbon. So again, carbon above ground, dead or alive. On the y-axis, it's in kilograms. Units don't matter as much in this case. It's more differences between the treatments. The treatments are on the bottom. They're in an odd order, unfortunately. Thin and prescribed burning on the left, thin prescribed burning and wildfire, the Cowwood fire, then thin and wildfire, then just thin, then just wildfire. And here wildfire is referring to the Cowwood. So if you look on the left, is total biomass, and they're pretty similar. That's because that encompasses live and dead together. In the middle, what you see is we still have some live biomass on the thin and burned Cowwood areas, so thinning and burning, and some in the straight up wildfire. But actually our thinned plots have, there's a few points in there, but very few have any live biomass at all. Most of them were killed, the thin wildfire ones. The thin stands there are right next to it, so you can see, generally speaking, where they would have been. And then dead biomass on the right. There's essentially no dead biomass in our open space land, the thinnest treatments, and the thin and prescribed burn stuff on open space and Jeffco. All the dead stuff is on the Cowwood, perhaps unsurprisingly. But yeah, there's not a lot of dead existing on the unburned plots, so it's clean forest. So I wanted to end with this graph or this picture or video. It's been a really interesting walk amongst these treatments, both in the unburned ones on open space land, and then if you go look at their future, the burned ones, potential future, the burned ones, because our results are so far have not shown much of an effect on average, as you saw, surprisingly so. But you can certainly go to other places, like specific places on the landscape, and see a major effect on the ground. So what you're seeing here is a shot straight into Forest Service land that was untreated, and the camera's going to pivot to the right, and I'm standing directly on the boundary between Forest Service land, which is untreated, and a thinned and prescribed burned treatment. And you can, it's a very clear distinction. Like at that point, the fire essentially dropped, and it still burned through this area, but the behavior of the fire changed dramatically from killing everything, consuming all the needles, to nothing else. So there are certainly spots on this landscape where it appears the treatments that we're doing on open space land for the city, like you folks, the treatments that are occurring here seem to have done stuff in plots and in specific spots. But in other places, and on average, they don't seem, so far, our results aren't saying they did all that much on average. So that's an interesting, come on, go to the next slide. There we go. That's kind of an interesting problem to have. And it likely emerges from the fact that this fire was gnarly and super intense and burned through all these treatments extraordinarily fast and blew them out. This is 97th or more percentile fire behavior. So that's, that's something that we're still trying to figure out how to reconcile, because obviously there wasn't much time when this was happening to collect those data to process that quite well. But in the meantime, we're also working on finishing up the soil carbon processing. We're getting close to about half done. And when this is done, we'll have the complete ecosystem carbon assessment. So we have all the standing trees, live and dead. We have all the dead stuff on the ground. We have all the bushes. We have all the grass carbon counted for carbon. And then we'll have soil. And once that's done, we'll have a much more rounded picture of what thinning does to carbon balance, what thinning prescribed fire does to carbon balance, and how those things are mediated through an actual wildfire just a few miles away. So I don't want to speculate too much on where that's going to go, which is why I haven't really talked about it too much. But that's close, and that'll be exciting. We're also working on finalizing the remote sensing with multiple 2021 images, and then scaling the carbon to the region with remote sensing. So yeah, it is this the only sort of summary statements I want to say, since we're not completely done yet are that treatment appeared to have relatively little impact on severity as measured via the satellites, DNBR, at least so far. You can certainly look at that map and pick out lines where it seems to have done something, but you can look in other places and pick out lines where it didn't. And on average, it doesn't seem to have done much. So one of the interesting things is, why did it work where it did once we've calibrated with the ground? The most compelling treatment, though, is historical wildfires. So, Calwood's got that covered. And yeah, we're finalizing those things. So I'll wrap that up. Any comments or questions?
Well, thank you, Brian, and maybe to differentiate, we'll call you Mr. Buma. We've got a couple of Brians here, but to both of you, appreciate it. I know there's going to be questions from the board, so I want to open it up straight away to questions. Caroline.
Hey, thank you, Brian, or Mr. Buma, for that presentation. That was really, really informative. With the remote sensing that you'll be doing, what specific data is able to be collected from that is obviously difficult by a human?
So the nice thing about remote sensing is it sees everything, right? Like you can get everywhere. You can get everywhere in a repeated fashion, and you can get everywhere in the exact same spot. So we have satellites going over every day. We're getting multiple images every month. Depending on your sensor, you can get an image every day. Some of these we get images every week, whatever. So the advantages of remote sensing are you can survey the whole area repeatedly over time. The downside is you're always taking pictures from far away, at least in terms of these satellites. You're taking pictures from far away. So you're limited to what you can see, and you have to tie it to what we care about on the ground with ground measurements and then some sort of model, some sort of mathematical model. So what the remote sensing work allows us to do is take these actual precise measurements on the ground, like how deep the organic soil layer is, which is not something you can do from space, and then try and figure out ways that we can scale that up using the remote sensing as a tool. So that's one of the more powerful things, and that's what we're looking forward to doing across the region, for both not just within the fire, but larger in terms of things like tree density, carbon, that sort of stuff. So there's real limitations. You really do have to go out and calibrate these sorts of things. You do have to go out and take a whole lot of ground truth measurements. But the upside is, once you do that, if you can tie it to what it looks like from above well enough, you can then blow up your measurements to the whole region. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Dave.
So Brian, Brian, thanks a lot. That really is interesting. Can you say a little more about the ground truthing methods or measurements that you're doing, though, that to correlate the remote sensing data, and specifically the carbon measurements?
Yeah, I can go into the carbon. I can tell you how we did it. So every plot that we went out to use is a 20 by 20 meter plot. So it's fairly decent size. And every pool of carbon was measured individually. So for trees, what you do is you go out and you measure the diameter of the trees at a standardized height. And then there are equations by which you can scale that measurement to the carbon in the tree. They're called allometric equations. Actually, Tony Vorster, who's on this project, is the one who made those equations for this region. So we have a pretty powerful set of equations where we can take, say a diameter of, let's say, 30 centimeters, something, so a foot, that correlates into a tree that's, I don't have the equation in front of me. Let's say 2,000 kilograms, something like that. So we can do that for all our standing trees. For the trees on the ground, we measure those with what's called the line intercept method. So for dead wood on the ground, you're pulling out lines and you're counting the number of times your line crosses the downed, we call downed woody debris. You can scale that up into carbon as well. We actually harvested the grass in small subplots. Grass and wildflowers and things like that in small subplots. Harvest them, dry them, weigh them. That turns into dry biomass. So we have that with an estimate of cover. measured shrubs when they showed up. There wasn't a ton of shrubs. And then for soil, we took soil samples of the organic layer with the soil core. It's this big old slide hammer, takes a sample about the size of a soda can. Sampled 5 different places around the plot for just the organic soil, which is that top layer of soil. It's got most of the roots. It's got some identifiable twigs and things in it, the rich soil. And then we took 10 centimeters of the mineral soil, which is directly under the organic soil. It's often more clay or silty and things like that. To get carbon out of that, that's the time intensive part, because you have to take that soil back to the lab. You have to dry it out. You have to sieve it, so you have to get all the pebbles out and the rocks out and things like that. You have to grind it, which is a pain in the butt and takes a while. Then you have to very carefully partition it into these small little sampling cups, and then it goes into an elemental analyzer. So it's a very involved process. It's just the way it is. And eventually you end up with a number that tells you the percent carbon in those soil pools. So all those things added together then is your ecosystem carbon. And what we're going to be doing is comparing ecosystem carbon or try to model ecosystem carbon on our plots only with remote sensing. So like what it looks like from space, like how severe the burn was, the color of the landscape, in terms of like how green it is, and other stuff like slope, aspect, topography, things like that. If that works out well, then we can use those metrics and scale it up, like I mentioned earlier, because we simply take the equation that predicts our plots really well and apply it to the whole landscape. And that'll give us a good prediction for the whole landscape, as well as uncertainty predictions for the whole landscape. So not only like where we think the carbon is on the ground, but how certain we are of the carbon on the ground.
And how long is that going to take?
Well, most of the stuff is done. Most of the stuff is essentially done. It's not really a hurdle. It just takes time, is the soil. Each run takes quite a bit of time. And so, we have the tech who's actually in some of these pictures. Well, actually he's on this thing, Daniel Langry. He suffered through a hot field season, and he enjoys working in the lab, thankfully. So he's running a couple runs, sometimes a couple runs a day. Each run you can get through about 35 samples. So we're getting 60, 70 samples a day when he's really cranking. So hopefully not too much longer. We're moving through pretty quick. I'd hope that we'd be done with all the soil and within the next few weeks, is my hope.
And so ultimately, are you going to be able to look at the carbon correlation between, grassland, forested lands, and then, subsequently, whatever the treatments were for those various places? But are you going to be able to say something about the relationship of grasslands or forest lands to carbon in the soil?
We will be able to, with the remote sensing, like at large scales, I don't know yet. That'll depend on how well they'll actually work together. And many times they work together well. Sometimes it's a little more challenging, especially if a large proportion of the carbon is in the soil, because that's such a hard thing. You just can't see it from space. There are other remote sensing tools that have been used before, like LiDAR, which are extremely powerful for measuring above ground carbon. They have the same problem with soil carbon. But your question about forests versus grasslands, to some extent, we'll be able to talk about that, at least on our plots, not so much in the sense of like these big classes, forest versus grassland, because we didn't try to capture that. We captured the effects of these treatments. So these plots were randomly distributed within each treatment. Now, within each treatment, there's actually a pretty wide range. Some of the plots essentially have no trees on them. They're all grass, and some of them have a ton of trees on them, and there's fairly little grass. And so across that spectrum, there is the possibility of looking at the effect of grass proportion, if you will, or grass cover, if you will, or tree density on carbon stocks. Now we'll always have in the background the fact that these were treated, right? So that's going to be sort of a very large factor, which is potentially going to confound things. We just don't know yet because we don't have the final carbon numbers, so we haven't started doing that yet. But it is possible that we'll be able to tease that effect out. Yeah. Again, it's going to be within whatever range of whatever range of grass cover versus tree cover that we captured, but it's a pretty wide range.
Thanks, we'll be very interested in your results.
Yeah. Do you want to say hi?
I have a quick question also, just briefly. As I parse through all the data you present, I'm going to say a statement of what I took away. Will you verify if it's correct or not?
Sorry.
You have shown us through this data that the thinning process is not currently being shown to defend our organic soil carbon. And in fact, you're seeing severe levels of burn in thinned areas and significant impairment to soil carbon in those areas. Is that a fair statement?
No, not quite. I think it might go a little far. So the thinning process, at least right now, from DNBR doesn't, I'm on the wrong slide. Doesn't appear to be associated, at least at the scale of the whole treatment, with lower burn severity as measured via the remote sensing metric. So that's what you're seeing here. This doesn't have sort of the plain old untreated wildfire on it. We probably should put that on there. But it's extremely variable because that would then, of course, encompass stuff that burned out by the highway all the way up to the mountains. So of the treatments that are being applied in the Front Range that burn in the Cowwood that essentially were tested, yeah, thinning seemed to be associated with the highest on average burn severity, at least measured this way. Now that is currently going off of, there we go, going off of the burn severity metrics as measured in the field to the soil. The higher that value is, the higher that DNBR is, the higher the burn severity, soil burn severity as measured. So there's some suggestions that, yeah, of the treatments, being applied, thinning was relatively less effective in lowering burn severity to the soil. Now, that's not carbon though yet. So that's something we still need to do. And like I said, I don't have, we're still working on those 1,300 samples. So we can't tie that to carbon quite yet. So I don't want to go that far. The other challenge, the real challenge with this, and I think this is going to be a problem for anyone looking at the Cowwood, is how fast it burned through all the treatments and how extreme the fire weather was. Some of these treatments, especially right in the middle, essentially got hit. I don't know if you can see my pointer. Probably can't actually. Here, it's conveniently red, so you can't see it anyway. Right in this area, it kind of got hit square on by that fire front. And just the fire weather was so variable that the differences between treated and untreated stands probably got, essentially just blown through, blown out. So we want to be careful about, we just want to be careful about how, let's see, how much weight we want to put on it, because we may have seen the same thing if some of these treatments had been in the same spot with like different treatment histories. In other words, there was some thin plots right here that just got blown through and they're torched, right? Well, maybe they could have done thinning and more aggressive thinning in prescribed fire, like our plots in Jeffco, and they still might have gotten blown through and torched because it just happened to be in that particular spot of the fire. Whereas up here, on the edges, it was probably the sides of the fire, so it wasn't spreading quite as fast. So in these really high severity fires, yeah, it seems like, at least on average and based on this particular metric of above ground severity, the treatments, at least so far, haven't done much. Now, again, the soil will be really, really interesting when we get to that point. And all we really have for the soil, stop doing the laser pointer. All we really have for the soil right now is these barometrics, which is essentially a team that quickly goes out, a rapid response team, and measures like char to the soil and things like that. We don't have the carbon yet. So that'll be really telling, is if the carbon is actually different, because there's reason to believe it may not be. You have a lot more grass, you're pumping more carbon into the soil. A lot of this DNBR stuff is based on tree mortality and vegetation change, and that's not the soil. So I guess I'd say hold off on any major conclusions quite yet.
That's fascinating. Thank you.
Which is a terrible scientist thing to say, is it depends. But
Caroline, and then Dan, I see.
I just wanted a little clarification, because I'm not quite sure if I heard it right. You had a slide that did not have a lot of color, but had a lot of circles. And I believe that I heard you say that the highest intensity or worst hit was along like trails and corridors. Did I hear that?
Oh, no, I said that wrong. Most or well, something. No, the sampling points, the way they were laid out, and this is true not only here in the county, but also for open space in city and in Jeffco, are previously sampled points. So another thing we're doing is looking back to see what the carbon effect was immediately after the treatment and now. So there's a time component, which I didn't get into. The ones in this burned area, they have this sort of interesting distribution because they're for the most part along roads and trails. The points, not the severity, just the points that we sampled.
And why, I just want to make sure I understand,
Mhm.
why are they there along the trails and roads?
Oh, that's where the treatments were done, basically.
Okay, probably just like for ease of not.
I'm sure, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I understood that properly. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the challenge, and this at the risk of getting too into the weeds. One of the big challenges that we have, and anybody is going to have on these, and always has on these studies, is they're not randomly distributed across the landscape. People do treatments where they can, where they have access, where the slope is right, that for a variety of reasons they do things. That means that our sampling is going to be constrained to those areas. And so we can't do the perfect study, and nobody can, because these things aren't randomly placed over the landscape. They're just where they are. And so we have to sort of live with where they are and work within those constraints, which in this case does present a challenge because fires, behave in specific ways. And in this case, a lot of the treatments, we're right in this area. You can see a lot of points there. And it got blasted. And so one of the challenge by the fire, you can sort of see it's much whiter in color. And so the challenge we have is did it get blasted because of the treatments, or did it get blasted because it was, that was the fire weather for that day? I was driving up 28th when the thing blew up, and it was amazing to see. And it just carried through this area incredibly fast. But because the treatments aren't just randomly placed all over this, it is always going to be a challenge to tease out the effects of these treatments versus the effect of just fire weather on a given day. But the one thing we can say to that point is this fire was intense. Like, this was a very, very intense fire in terms of how fast it burned and the conditions under which it burned. And so it's perhaps a little unsurprising that the treatments, at least in this case, didn't seem to do much, at least for above ground sorts of things. Again, we'll see on the soil. We don't know that yet.
Great. Dan, I saw you. You want to finish this up here?
Brian, thank you. So you just sort of got into a little bit of my question, which is what I'm hearing is that the characteristic of a particular fire on a particular day is sort of the a very important variable in all.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you're familiar with other studies similar to what you're doing, and are we able to draw any corroborations between what you're doing here and other past research where we can maybe normalize fire characteristic in a way to then tease out results on the effectiveness of treatments?
Sure, and we're just getting these results over the past like week, a couple weeks, so we haven't delved into it too much. It's not uncommon to see that in very high severity fire events, the difference between treated and untreated stands is minimized. So it's not terribly surprising, especially when we start looking at points like right in the middle here. Is that gonna draw? It's gonna draw right in the middle here where treatment didn't seem to do much, but then like that video I showed, which was up in this area near the top, it seemed to have a big difference, kind of on the edge. So we're looking into that. Tony's on the call and he may have some thoughts on fire weather for the Cowwoods specifically. But yeah, we know it's important. The challenge here was just the fire burned so fast. Like a lot of studies that look at fire weather look at it over the course of a day, like day-to-day fire weather. Like September 1st, the weather was this way. September 2nd, the weather was this way. And the fire behaved in such and such a fashion. This one's real challenging because it all happened essentially in one day, in just a few hours.
Right.
So until we can figure out those data, it's going to be hard to do anything empirical. I will say that some colleagues at CSU, like Chad Hoffman, do fire modeling, and so that's an approach that people are thinking about taking for this fire, and we're probably going to be contributing these data to that effort because we work with them, where they're going to take stand information, like what the stands look like, and then burn them under different conditions that were similar to here. And if not, get to a point where you can reproduce what the Cowwood did exactly. You could start to get at differences given that level of intense winds and those conditions within the fire, sort of in a simulated framework.
Thank you very much, Brian. Tony, I do see you popping on there. We sort of need to move forward. Do you have a brief words for us about fire weather that you'd like to share? Please.
There we go. Yeah, just real briefly, we are looking across other fires in the Front Range too and related studies. So that's one thing that we'll be able to do is kind of place the results of this work in the context of some other fires that did have some more variability in the fire weather. So kind of speaking to Dan's point there that, yeah, I think that we will be able to learn some more by combining lessons across fires.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Tony, Mr. Buma, Mr. Anaker. This is a topic of great fascination, and your hard work is really appreciated. Look forward to hearing more as the thing unfolds.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks again for the support. And of course, Aaron should get some credit for all the field work. But yeah, thanks again for the support. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to putting together the final report to y'all soon.
Great. Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, are we moving into education and outreach?
Yeah, and so tonight, just a little grab before I introduce Lisa Deeroff, just a little context setting, and Lisa may repeat me a little bit, but yeah, we were very interested in presenting you a relatively new focus area of ours that came out of the master plan, which is foster wellness through immersion in nature, and have developed some specific programming in that area, and wanted to use tonight to kind of spotlight that. I also then asked the team if they wouldn't mind just providing, especially some of our new trustees, do a little bit of context setting. So in the memo, it went well beyond in the beginning, more about our education outreach program in general. But tonight's really focuses on the wellness programming, but we will be taking notes of any other questions you have about education and outreach, because that will help us inform with additional information that you might want us to come back with at a future time, because we are looking at other reporting within our education outreach that we would like to provide you with. So if you have questions that go beyond wellness, we will certainly take note of that and either come back in a written memo or come back with another presentation on some of the interest areas of yours. So just a little context setting for what the purpose for tonight was. And with that, I'll turn things over to Lisa.
Thank you, Dan. Great. All right, let me know if you're able to see that screen. Yeah, thumbs up. Great. So I'm excited to be here. My name is Lisa Dieroff, and I'm the Education and Outreach Supervisor for Open Space Mountain Parks. And I've met everyone on this call except for Michelle, so I want to say hello to you. And tonight I am here to just share a little bit about what the Education and Outreach team will be focusing on over the next couple of years. But before I do that, I wanted to put on a different hat and just let you know I'm on the steering committee for the Colorado Open Space Alliance. And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's an organization of publicly funded local governments, government open space programs, and we work together to share information, raise public awareness, foster partnerships, to protect and preserve the special places of Colorado. So we have a great listserv, and we do a conference once a year to get the open space professionals together to learn from each other and share best practices and not reinvent the wheel. So every year they hand out awards, and this year Open Space Mountain Parks got 2 awards, one for Outstanding Visitor Engagement Program, and that's for the Youth Junior Ranger program. And this program, it's separate from Junior Rangers. These kids work closely with the Rangers. It's a skill-based training, and it also explores career paths and conservation. So that was recognized. And then also Outstanding Achievement in Recreational Management, and that went to for our partnership with the Flatirons Climbing Council. And for a long time, FCC has partnered with OSMP to help manage the resources. And that could be from educating climbers about the importance of raptor closures, to replacing unsafe fixed hardware, to planning big volunteer cleanups like the Trash Bash. And, you know, the climbing community has had a positive impact on the land, and we just wanted to thank them, and so happy that we got this award. We also got awards from the newly formed Rocky Mountain Ranger Association, an award for valor from Sam Kilborn and Scott Wilkie, and also an award for life-saving for Dan Hammond. So shout out to the Rangers, shout out to Open Space Mountain Parks, the hardworking staff. So just super quick, yeah, thank you for this section of the presentation. I just wanted to do an introduction for the Education and Outreach strategic plan, and it's going to look familiar to you. It is based off the master plan outcomes and strategies, and there's 7 different services, and I think they'll be pretty obvious. The welcoming visitors and community members, that includes our welcome centers, its presence on the land, so boots on the ground out there talking to visitors, frontline education and outreach staff, and volunteers. I'll say that also includes ambassadors and the nature center hosts and bike patrol and trail guides, all of these folks out there helping us have that positive impact with visitors. Service 2 is understanding land management principles, and that's the public programming that we do, including tall oak grass management, for example, or restoration techniques or prescribed burns. And that also, by the way, also includes the Voice and Sight education program and classes, educational classes. Service area 3 is environmental literacy, and those are the public programs that you see us doing, natural and cultural history. incorporating a lot of leave no trace principles into those. Service area 4, diverse backgrounds and abilities. That includes the bilingual programs that we're doing for Spanish speaking communities and the media associated with that. And for people experiencing disabilities, underserved audiences. Service area 5 is global climate change. And we hope to be coming back to you soon on that. We're working on messaging right now, working closely with Brian Anaker and other organizations and city departments. Service number 6, youth leadership and building stewards. We do, one of the best ways to reach youth is through the schools, and we have an incredible partnership with Boulder Valley School District, but we also do community based so that everyone's together experiencing the outdoors. And then the last one is recreation and wellness offerings. So the recreation programs we do, we focus on responsible recreation, providing opportunities for people to explore open space mountain parks. And then these amazing wellness offerings, which we're going to learn about tonight. And so I'm really excited for the presentation tonight. And then we hope to come back in the future with other programs like Dan had mentioned. We'd like to highlight some of our youth programming efforts as well. So I just want to do a quick introduction of David Ford, so you know a little bit about who your speaker is tonight. He is one of our education and outreach program managers, and he has a master's in human dimensions of natural resources. He's worked internationally, including time with the Peace Corps, both as a member, a volunteer, and a coordinator and a trainer. And it's had a huge impact on his life. And he's worked on issues such as deforestation and poaching, climate change. He's trilingual, including Spanish. And he really likes to increase his impact by training trainers. And you're going to hear a little bit about that tonight. So without further ado, David, I am going to stop sharing my screen so you can share yours. And did that work? Great.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lisa. I really appreciate the introduction and really happy to be here tonight to really celebrate some of this work, some of our amazing community partners, and really highlight some of the pilot programs that we've been doing and where we're really hoping to go in the future. And to really kind of celebrate kind of what we're getting after from a participant standpoint. I wanted to read briefly a poem from a participant in one of our recovery programs just this last month. And actually, this the author is here tonight as well. So Rick, thank you so much for being here and to be celebrated for your work too. Rick has been a new participant to our programs, to OSMP programs, and just really, I'm really happy to have somebody like Rick participate and be involved, and really looking forward to Rick's contribution in the future through his roles with BCH coming up. Rick writes, "As the sunlight re-energizes my soul, I feel the healing erasing that enormous toll. My body is strong. How lucky am I? Although in pain, unhealthy choices I choose to defy. As the sun sets, I have made the choice. I choose life, love, and to use my voice. With so many in the darkness, I shine my light. Especially when the change comes, I can really feel their plight. For I am them and they are me. Till dusk we turn back to the sea. I will be there for others, ready to douse them with hope and safety like a lighthouse." And what I really love about this poem is that it really captures kind of this moment that I hope so many of us here have been able to experience in nature, where we have elements of social cohesion, purpose, and an increased kind of sense of self-worth, as well as that deep connection to the natural world that a lot of nature can be able to provide us. I want to get into a little bit more about our environmental education programming and how we're integrating wellness as a component of it. And so how did wellness really came to be? You know, years ago, about 3 to 4 years ago, we started to pilot a couple wellness-based programs, mindfulness in nature, forest bathing, and others. And we started to notice kind of increased interest from the community. And it really got me thinking about, okay, we seem to be kind of striking on something, but we're still seeing some, kind of increased participation in the program itself. But what is really going on here? And so I wanted to take a little bit more of a community development approach to environmental education, of really trying to look at the research, trying to see where the community is at, do kind of an informal community needs assessment, and look at our human dimensions research of citizens of Boulder, what motivates them to engage in the outdoors, and how do we make those experiences more equitable and more accessible to a wider audience. And so when we're looking at a lot of the research, which I'm going to just go over a couple highlights in upcoming slides, we started to really find just what the community was interested in. And for me, I want to be able to connect people to the outdoors in a way that is deeply meaningful, that meets people where they're at, and where the wild spaces of open space and mountain parks can fulfill a community need. So how can open space and mountain parks address something of a community need? And that's where we really start thinking about a program development, and looking forward to kind of going over some of those highlights as the slides go on. But what we started to find in, to 2016, 2017 visitor survey report by our Human Dimensions team is that it started to reveal some visitors describing the factors leading to their enjoyment were things like enjoying nature, time with family, friends, so that social cohesion component, physical, psychological health, finding solitude, psychological rest, escaping personal social pressures, and on and on. And this started to really go with some other research that's been going on a national scale of people's motivations to visit national parks and other public lands. And when we think about wellness, I don't want to think just about the idea of feeling good when we go outside. That is not what our wellness programming is really about. There is that environmental component as far as the 8 dimensions of wellness. And this demonstrates what makes a person whole, what makes somebody feel well and in a position where they can have purpose and service, and not just think about their basic needs, but think about a community as a whole and think about their place within it. So the environment is a component of that, maintaining good health by occupying pleasant, stimulating environments that support well-being. Open space and mountain parks provides a key role in that, of course. But if we are just simply going out into nature and receiving kind of the benefit of this one dimension, that's not going to make us just whole. That's where kind of going into nature just becomes simply another resource to extract from public lands. So in wellness programming, what we're thinking about is all of the 8 dimensions. And some key ones that I hit on in these programs are the social components of developing a sense of connection, belonging with the support of others, and also the emotional component of really being able to cope effectively with life, creating satisfying relationships, and really creating an atmosphere through an open space and mountain parks program where that can really foster. And of course, we take in considerations plenty of these other dimensions. But those are the main ones I really want to highlight tonight. And hopefully the main point here is we want to take a look at the whole person and what makes us well. And it's really neat to see that the environmental component has recently been added to these dimensions of wellness, and research keeps on starts to come out about the intersection between public health and healthy ecosystems. And that's really what I've been so interested in exploring, developing programs and being able to engage the community, and exploring open space and mountain parks as and the ecosystem services that it provides to the general health of the Boulder community. And some of the main benefits of when we go outside, and a lot of us, we feel that in different ways if we have the privilege of being able to go outside and access healthy nature, healthy ecosystems. This summer really comes from Amos Clifford's guide from the Association of Nature and Forest Therapy. And really it dictates, that nature really supports psychological health, general well-being. Some of the key ones that I really look at is, self-esteem, cognitive function, productivity, why we have, a contributing factor to why we have so many startups in the city of Boulder, so many outdoor meetings. Nature, it's something that we can all feel that it really boosts our cognitive function. We also see a reduction of anger, mental fatigue, depression, anxiety, negative emotions, other feelings that can also lead to violence. And when we think about this as an ecosystem service perspective, we can start thinking about how in our programs can really start allowing us to have an added perspective of the value of having healthy ecosystems right next to an urban environment, and thinking about the impact that it has to our lives as a whole. This is a model from Luis Chala's research entitled Childhood Nature Connection and Constructive Hope. It's a review of a lot of the research on connecting with nature and coping with environmental loss. And we have a lot of our programs that focus on providing positive encounters with nature, really in fostering a sense of comfort, confidence, enjoyment, curiosity. And this all leads to a sense of connection with nature. When for people who have a deep care for the natural world and experience a sense of environmental degradation or perceived loss or harm to a natural resource, a lot of times that can spark a sense of fear, worry, despair, anxiety. And so in environmental education, we can kind of deploy certain techniques in our programs, like opportunities to share emotions, social trust, just learning a little bit more about the science involved, and valuing lives of simplicity, and being able to envision a better future to then lead to a sense of constructive hope. And that can also help foster a sense of action in response to a challenge. So we're thinking about community resiliency in that perspective. What I love about this model is a lot in our wellness programs, we focus on these elements of fear, despair, worry, anxiety, and how we can go through this model towards constructive hope. And we are able to apply this to not just the fear in response to environmental degradation or harm to a resource, but we can apply this to a plethora of other life experiences that cause stress, that cause anxiety. And so in deploying a lot of these techniques, we're able to reach a wide audience and able to address community needs, such as different stressors that we encounter. And so with that, a big component of program development and execution delivery of these programs is working with our community partners and developing relationships with the resources that we also have. So in OSMP Wellness, we have been working with not just taking people out to more of our mountain parks region, Chautauqua area, more of the hills, the beautiful forest that we have. We've also been engaging with our agricultural community to help with program delivery. And we've been hearing and seeing a lot in our programs of how this has been able to really change not just us as program providers, not just our participants, but the very people that we work and collaborate with as well. And just to kind of dive a little bit deeper, these are some of the peer groups that we have been working with, just some of the audiences. We have been collaborating with nonprofits and other partners who have the experience and the expertise in working with audiences such as survivors of domestic violence, the healthcare community during COVID. We were leading hikes for doctors and nurses to help with compassion fatigue and burnout within the healthcare system, and taking people outside. We've been working with cancer survivors in the past. In the future, we are currently developing and partnering with the Pathways program, which I will talk about on one of our last slides in the hospital, one of the first programs possibly in the nation where Medicaid is actually funding doctors to be able to write prescriptions for nature-based therapy, and where BCH therapists are actually taking patients out into open space and mountain parks lands to receive nature-based treatment. We also are engaging in working more and more with teens and reaching kind of meeting them where they're at in a lot of their mental health and substance use, in addressing substance use with them. And tonight, I especially want to highlight, some of our work in addiction recovery. And this work especially came about in COVID, where the hospital started to see an incredibly large spike in relapse and some mental health challenges in the community. I also have had the privilege to speak with a lot of our rangers, ask them what they are seeing on the ground, and really getting their perceptions of what they are seeing on the grounds of community mental health needs. And with such an urban wild interface, it's important to note that so much of the community needs they spill over into open space and mountain parks lands. And it's really an honor to be in a position where we can take a look at that and help to address some of those community needs too, and support our rangers in that way. And a lot of, overall, our programs in 2021 alone, we were able to deliver 25 in-person wellness programs, reaching about 319 participants. We've also been engaging quite a bit in virtual presentations and media. We only did 3 of those this year alone, but we were able to reach over 1,200 participants through new media and engaging with the public in that means. And it's what's really interesting in working with the public through peer groups and through providing public programs amongst people with similar life experiences. We really find that a connection to the outdoors isn't simply through the program itself. It's through people, it's through peers, it's through mutual experiences and gaining a sense of safety and connection and purpose within a program. And so, this quote I love from a recovery series participant who was in our programs in collaboration with Boulder Community Health through the Pillar program in addressing addiction and community recovery needs. And they state, I've really gained so much from these programs. They've renewed my faith in people and a reminder that there are others who want to be part of a community. And I love that sense of social cohesion. And I love that open space and mountain parks and the beautiful lands that we have can take a role in providing a safe place, a welcome environment, and being able to lower a lot of the defense mechanisms that we may come to a program with, to be able to feel that just a little bit more. And with those recovery programs, we really take a focus on a 3-part series. So it's never a one-off program. We first start with kind of the individual working on positive coping strategies in nature. So kind of that meditation, mindfulness, and access places to go, what to keep an eye out for. Leave no trace principles, how to safely go into a space, and to get away from the A to B experience of, it's not just getting to that mountain peak, but it's about from the moment you arrive from a trailhead, to be able to take a look around you and enjoy the plants, the animals, and to work on that transition out of an urban environment and into an atmosphere that can provide us a lot of health gains. And as well as a sense of deep connection with both the natural world and with ourselves. We then focus on community events in this particular program of great sober hangouts. We do programs up on top of Flagstaff Mountain and other shelters where we want to really foster the sense of unity in a community and getting people together to model really positive ways that we can experience different social spaces and enjoy open space and mountain parks. And then we focus on a sense of community and sustainability in the third program. So not just sustainability with ourselves, but sustainability with the lands, taking care of others, and also the natural world around us. So sustainability and that reciprocity of giving back to the community and to public lands is a big component, those elements of service in the program. And so I want to introduce Amanda Wroblewski, who is a social worker with Boulder Community Health, who has, it's been an honor to find somebody in the healthcare community like Amanda, who has such a drive to provide programming and to have equitable program to the community, and to really help me and others foster this connection between the health of our local ecosystems and its impact on public health. And it's been amazing to have a resource like our local hospital to really take a deep dive in the role that open space and mountain parks and local ecosystems have on the community, and how it can serve as another intervention for community health. And Amanda, I'll let you kind of take it away from here to describe a little bit more about the program, our partnership, and everything else. But thank you so much for being here and to really kind of provide us with a little bit of your story and our partnership here.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. That was a very flattering introduction. And thank you all for inviting me tonight and allowing me the time to share more about the work that David and I have been doing. So I'm really excited to tell everybody about it. Quickly, I just want to introduce again myself and my program. As David said, I'm Amanda Wroblewski. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with Boulder Community Health, and I coordinate what is called the PILLAR program. It's an acronym for Prevention and Intervention for Lifelong Alternatives and Recovery. And what PILLAR does is provide service navigation, short-term case management, and connection to treatments for substance use disorders and the management of chronic pain without narcotics. I'd also like to just recognize my colleagues that are on the call tonight. My coworker, Shelby Souther, I think she's still on. She may have only been able to join for a short period of time, but Shelby is our patient navigator, and her and I are the Pillar program. So I'm grateful for her every day, and certainly for her to be on this call this evening as well. And also our Director of Behavioral Health, Sarah Wise, who has just been a powerhouse in getting behavioral health services under one roof at BCH. So I'm also very grateful for Sarah. Thank you for joining us tonight. And just a quick shout out to Pillar is actually primarily funded by the city of Boulder, a couple different grants from the city, as well as a generous donation from our BCH Foundation. So that's what makes it all possible. And David and I met about 2 years ago. Pillar was new in 2019. We started midway through the year. And we had met at a community meeting, and right from the get-go, we knew there was something there, that there was the potential for our programming to intersect some way, somehow, to provide intervention and support to the community that wasn't there already. As you know, David mentioned, and as I mentioned as well, our primary focus is substance use disorders. And so how were we going to address that while also being mindful of nature and the intervention that the natural world can provide? So prior to COVID, we were already seeing mental health, substance use disorders, chronic pain in really high numbers. And certainly COVID has increased all of that exponentially. As an example, I mean, overdose rates are up 60% since 2019. And our program this year alone has gotten nearly 450 unique referrals for people either interested in or truly seeking treatment. So we knew that we wanted to create a clearer path to some of those things that David had mentioned earlier, namely in those 8 dimensions of wellness, because those 8 dimensions really aligned with, or really do align with holistic healthcare and the way I think the healthcare industry is moving. Definitely at BCH, we're taking those things into consideration more and more. Not just this idea of physical health, but mental, spiritual well-being as we look at the whole person and care. So that kind of gave us the platform to create this programming to be focused on those dimensions as well as that sense of community. So that led us to the community capacity building that our programming has been supporting the last year or so since it's gotten off the ground. I think an important thing for us to remember too while I chat about this and just kind of in general is when we talk about addiction, we are really talking about untreated mental health and trauma generally. So one of the ways to address all of those things is through community. There is a journalist by the name of Johan Hari, and I cannot highly recommend his TED Talk enough. It's 15 minutes. It really hones in on this principle of the opposite of addiction not being sobriety, but being community. And that really is one of the cornerstones too of how I approach my work in the treatment and recovery world. But it really gave us a baseline of how to address the issues, because we are social creatures, and COVID isolation has most definitely led to increased pathology of mental health struggles and addiction. People have been, the whole first 6 months of this pandemic, people were self-medicating. We saw a lot of relapses, but not a lot of motivation for treatment at that point. So offering something that was kind of outside of the box of traditional recovery and even away from the kind of model of traditional talk therapy to give people support that they needed is where we thought we could really, really provide an intervention. Some of the fundamental components of recovery, as well as the programming that OSMP has been designing, is that peer report and that peer support and that community building. The peer support, it's exactly what it sounds like. It engages and encourages others, especially in recovery, and provides a sense of belonging, and which naturally leads to that community and network building. So providing social networks to lean on during those hard times. Our programming specifically addresses both of those things by being peer facilitated by individuals that are in recovery themselves, and also supports the idea of the training the trainer, because in 2022, it will be completely peer run, which is exciting because it's giving people the tools that they wouldn't previously have had. So what does the intervention look like boots on the ground? It creates a relationship with the natural world as a respite from maybe unhealthy interpersonal relationships, and gives folks a way to explore safe and healthy boundaries. And this even goes so far as to disarm a trauma response. Like I mentioned earlier, most folks struggling with addiction do have a trauma history that has been addressed improperly or not addressed at all. So when we can disarm a trauma response, we've got people up and moving, we've got them feeling safer in their environment, and this is where the real work can be done. The sensory input can be truly felt by the individual, the community building, the emotional development. This is how people grow, and this is how we've seen people, maintain their sobriety, even if they're new on their recovery journey. Like David had mentioned, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, and people keep coming back to these programs that are being offered. And, along with that, because more people are accessing lands and open space, we want to make it accessible. We want to truly meet people where they're at and make the intervention for everybody. So by being able, like I said, to provide something kind of outside of the box from what traditional recovery might look like, it's creating a much more personal and primal response for folks, and in turn is leading them to want to spend more time in nature, want to protect the thing that is giving them the intervention, want to share it with their friends that may not be as comfortable outdoors, or think they're not nature-y enough. These are very accessible programs. They're very low barrier. That was another big consideration in developing programming. And they're geared towards people that may not traditionally access these lands and open spaces. So sorry, I know that was all kind of stream of consciousness, but just to wrap up, we want to continue to really meet the need and give people an intervention that they want to be a part of and want to protect. And that's where our work is going and where it has been for the last year. Happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, and really in celebrating the Pillar program, this has become really a model of what I would like to repeat in the future. It's over the last year through pilots and engaging with an audience such as the audiences in recovery and struggling with addiction. We've really found the model to be able to train community members who are representing these groups and provide them an opportunity where they can then take over kind of the facilitation of a program completely. And so, for me as an environmental educator, it's really fun to be able to work with somebody like Amanda, who is the expert in the field, for me to be able to capacitate community members in audiences and to be able to step away and to move on to the next project. And this program, and I know a lot of times when we've been focusing on healthcare, so specifically tonight, a distinction I want to make is that us in the education and outreach team, we are not healthcare providers, we are not healthcare experts. Our job is to connect the community to the natural world and to really elevate the role of and the importance of healthy ecosystems in its value to the community. And it is so neat to be able to see that intersection and the way that BCH has been helping us achieve that mission. And so I'm happy to say that we now have 2 community leaders as well as a cultural navigator in the Pillar program that will be taking over that particular program for 2022 and beyond. And myself, Open Space and Mountain Parks, will be able to recommend, the areas where butterflies are hilltopping and these magical naturalist and environmental events that happens that can really foster that sense of place for the community. So congratulations to Amanda for that. What's to come? We are working on designing and reaching teens as a community audience. I've been doing focus groups over the last 4 months, asking teens what they want to see in outdoor programs. And for so many, they have been struggling with different mental health needs, with substance misuse, and they also want opportunities for leadership, to be able to run the programs themselves, to be able to have adult mentors participate. And so really excited to develop new partnerships and to work more and more with the teen audience in the future. And really what we found and what we're excited about to deliver is just being able to provide benevolent experiences in their childhoods to be able to combat more negative events and trauma and elevate the position that their connection with the natural world can really help to serve that in that. We're also working with BCH's Pathways program, like I said before, which is going to be where insurance is being able to cover patients from the hospital to be able to go out into nature to receive nature-based therapies with therapists. Open Space and Mountain Parks will be working with those therapists from a naturalist perspective to provide recommendations of locations and a lot of the knowledge that we have as an institution to be able to recommend places and kind of events out in the natural world that can really help them foster that healing. I've also been piloting programs such as one with the library with the One Book, One Boulder program, where people in the community have read a book about climate change, and then we led about 30 participants through some forest bathing, some meditation exercises in the natural world to be able to help address eco-anxiety and any stress related to climate change. So really also looking forward to working with our recreation coordinator who's taking a lead on some of our climate-focused programming. And OSMP Wellness will really be working on developing and fostering a sense of, to build up community resiliency with that program specifically. And so, I know we spoke a lot about, our role in addressing very complex and heavy mental health challenges in the community tonight. We have been doing so much other programming for other audiences as well. And it's really helped push me as an educator and helped to kind of redefine my way of public engagement and how we can take a close look at open space and mountain parks and really so many of the true values that it has to our community, while we also address community needs. And really looking forward to what's to come in the future with that. I would love to, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and, I'd love to open it up for any questions and also extend an invite to people on this call to come out and participate, to be able to explore and really to enjoy a lot of the programs and the diversity of programs our education and outreach team offers. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, David. And Lisa, thank you for teeing us up in this really unique and amazing part of our education overall programs. Amanda, thank you for helping unroll the nature's carpet into the walls of the healthcare community. And also, I just wanted to say, Rick Shaw, are you still with us? We saw you on briefly. I just wanted to offer you a quick second. Do you have any words for the board as far as your experience in these programs, just briefly?
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to talk. Actually, when I found this program, I'm still quite new to it. Last month, I was able to take part in the whole series. And as someone who has experienced childhood trauma, and getting back into nature has allowed me to also kind of get back in touch with myself. And this program, at first, I was a little bit nervous because I used to be, when I was younger, loved going into the parks and recreation and trails. And as I gotten older, I kind of haven't. And it's kind of reminded me how important it is to be in nature, and helps slow down a lot of those old thoughts. And doing the forest bathing was amazing because it just reminds you that, change is possible. And with David and Amanda, it's just given another level of healing support, and just feeling like part of that community here in Boulder has been, amazing. So I'm just very appreciative of the program.
Well, thank you, Rick. We certainly appreciated your poetry there. As for board members, questions, comments, other things? Caroline.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for your presentation and your time and energy and effort and all that you're doing with the community. I am a family nurse practitioner, and I can say if I was able to prescribe this to all of my patients, I would, because what you guys talk about seeing within Boulder Community Health is what we're seeing, across the board. And being in nature, I think that the word that comes to mind for me is just really a sense of gratitude. And a lot of people don't experience that emotion frequently. And it is something that nature is able to, provide free of charge. And for whatever reason, that feeling really stems out and gives a lot of hope along with it. So I really thank you guys for everything that you're doing, and appreciate the extension of invite to be able to join your program and kind of look and see more of what you are doing. And I'd be very interested in doing that. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, and really appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Other board members, questions, comments? Okay, well, thank you so much. And David, you're really speaking very clearly on these subjects. It's greatly appreciated. Everyone, thanks for joining us this evening, and hope the fall remains peaceful and inspiring as we go forward. Great. Just in the name of keeping things moving forward, Dan, it seems to me we're set up. I'm always the one who forgets the break, but I just want to let people know I'm targeting a break after this next event before we go to matters from the board. But Dan, do you think we can keep rolling until the break?
Let's do it.
All right.
So we are going to be profiling an aspect of our real estate services program, which is about our easement program. So one way to think about our land protection is we've got lands that we own and manage on a day-to-day basis. We've acquired these properties, we purchased them, and then we have a subset of our protected lands which are in private ownership, but we have a relationship them through agreements. And there's a series of different types of agreements that we use to work hand in hand with private landowners to protect the quality of the lands. And a couple of trustees were interested in having us talk more about our easement program in general. So I think Bethany is going to serve up a little bit very briefly about everything that all the subject matter that our real estate staff touches upon, but our focus tonight is to talk about those privately owned lands and our interest in them through agreements that we are sort of beholden to uphold and to monitor. So with that, I'm going to introduce Bethany Collins, our Real Estate Services Senior Manager.
Thanks, Dan. Can you all hear me? I'm infamous for putting myself on mute. Okay, great. Okay, so good evening. Thank you, trustees, for giving Real Estate Work Group some of your time and attention tonight. Leah is going to bring up a presentation, I believe. Great, thank you. And we can move on to the next slide, please, Leah. So before we dive in, we'll first take a few minutes to introduce you to some of the members of our team. Matt, Ashley, Mike Downey, Jake Cassidy, and I are the core program staff. And Mike, well, Mike is out on parental leave with a new baby. The other three of us are here and thought we'd just give a brief introduction of ourselves. So to open it up with myself, I'm a Colorado native, having spent most of my childhood in Paonia and Glenwood Springs. After an undergrad in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology at CU and working in research labs and other fields, I went to DU Law School for a master's in environmental and natural resources law. I've been working in similar facets of land conservation, of the land conservation world now for just over 15 years, over 6 with OSMP, and I'm lucky to have experience at the federal, state, county, and municipal levels of government, as well as with 2 prestigious land trusts. So that's a little my related background. And I wanted to open it up to Matt to give a little bit about him.
Hello, I'm Matt Ashley. I'm the senior property agent on the real estate team. I've been at OSMP for just about 5 years now. A little bit about me and how I've ended up at OSMP. I grew up in Southwest Missouri, camping and canoeing and rock climbing all over Southern Missouri and Northern Arkansas, and spending a lot of time outdoors. I knew I wanted to do something in the conservation or environmental world. So I went to CU and I majored in biology, the EPOB program, which is now known as the eBio program. And I loved Boulder as kind of that natural living laboratory where you have the plains converging with the mountains and all those different zones to learn about. After that, I went to law school at St. Louis University in St. Louis, Missouri. I focused on environmental law and land use. I worked at a land trust in Evergreen, so similar to Bethany and also similar to Dan, I have a land trust background. I learned the ropes of Colorado conservation there, spent a couple years at a law firm, and then came here to OSMP. So I've been doing real estate conservation type work for just about 10 years now. I love working at OSMP with a lot of different people who share my passion for conservation, and I love seeing kind of and I think David in that previous presentation is a great example of just all the different paths we've all kind of taken to come to OSMP and pursue this passion. So a little bit about me there.
Thanks, Matt. And Jake, are you on yet?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Jake Cassidy. I'm the newest member of the real estate team. I started at the beginning of June. I moved here from Wisconsin, which is where I'm originally from as well. I studied geography and environmental studies at the University of Wisconsin. And after that, I kind of moved around and did some environmental education and some GIS work. But then I found my way into the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, where for the last 4 years, I worked in the real estate section before this opportunity came up. While I was there, that's kind of where I got introduced to real estate, conservation real estate in specific. And I did GIS work there and worked a lot with their property planning group and did a lot of land records reviews with US Fish and Wildlife. But then this opportunity came up and it was a no-brainer in such a beautiful place. And, you know, the outdoors is so important to me. And, you know, Boulder is such a unique, beautiful and place that I'm excited to work. And it's been such a great experience meeting everybody and learning from people. And I'm excited to work with people moving forward.
Thank you, Jake. All right. Next slide, please, Leah. Here's a quick look at our program's work plan activities. While priority acquisitions often stand out as the shining success stories of the real estate group, the vast majority of our day-to-day workload is emergent in nature and focuses on stewardship and management of the existing open space system. The board last saw us in April of 2019 when we gave a program update, mostly focused on the report out of our 2013-2019 acquisition update, as well as an overview on some of our other work activities. So tonight, as Dan kind of introed, we will provide a 101 of sorts and dive into the easements and other property interests we hold, and specifically discuss our stewardship and monitoring program. While this is a lot of information tonight, again, it's meant to be an overview and not all encompassing. Next slide, please, Leah. So when talking about our open space system, there's generally more familiarity with the open space land the city owns in fee, and open space OSMP manages or the city owns in fee and OSMP manages for open space, excuse me. These are often open to the public and may have trails or agricultural activities associated with them. Lesser known and understood are the approximately 10,000 acres of land protected through various conservation agreements. Next slide, please. The easements, development rights agreements, and CCRs held by the city and managed by OSMP are real property interests. That is, they are part of the bundle of legal rights and interests in a piece of property, often referred to as a bundle of sticks. A landowner may exercise or sell or give away these sticks, where examples include the right to construct buildings, to subdivide the land, to restrict access, or to obstruct views. So in this slide, you're seeing at the top, basically, a lot of what you're familiar with is the top two, the land and the real estate. So the land and kind of the improvements associated with it. What we're talking about as real property interest is the remaining portion of that is the bundle of rights. So right of possession, right to dispose, right of use, things like that. Next slide, please, Leah. When a landowner conveys an easement or similar agreement, they convey rights and interests or some of the sticks associated with the property while maintaining fee ownership of the property. The city, through OSMP, holds many of these other real estate interests, including conservation easements, scenic easements, and trail easements. Next slide, please, Leah. Trail and access easements are types of easements that are generally familiar to people. They convey the right to cross another's property and typically include the right to construct and maintain a roadway or a trail, and sometimes other management provisions. They're recorded in county records and become a permanent part of the title to the property and impact all future owners and sometimes affect the value of the property. Because these provide the city a right to use a property and do not assign land or resource protection obligations to the landowner, they're not monitored and stewarded like other easements and agreements we'll be discussing tonight. So let's focus in on the conservation-oriented agreements and talk more about conservation easements, scenic easements, and development rights agreements. Next slide, please, Leah. So how are these agreements similar? They have a lot of similarities. They are voluntary legal agreements tailored to meet the goals and objectives of the parties, which impose restrictions and obligations to protect important resources, features, and uses of the properties. They encumber private property or property owned by entities other than the city and are generally not open to the public. They are usually meant to be perpetual, though most can be amended by mutual agreement. While the city usually doesn't have any management rights or obligations over the encumbered property, the agreements do typically allow us to monitor the property and enforce compliance with the terms of the easement, or the agreement terms, excuse me. There are, of course, differences between the various agreements as well, so let's touch on some of those. Next slide, please, Leah. So we'll start out with conservation easements. Conservation easements are guided by Colorado Revised Statute and federal treasury regulations. While the first CEs in the US were reportedly written in the late 1880s to protect parkways designed by Frederick Law Olmsted in Boston, it wasn't until the early 1980s that land trusts and public agencies began using CEs routinely, and most states enacted CE statutes between 1970 and 1990. CE properties are monitored on a regular basis, typically once a year, to ensure compliance with the terms or to take enforcement action if not in compliance. They're difficult to terminate or extinguish because they are covered by state statute and treasury regulations. And a select few of our conservation easements actually do convey management and law enforcement rights to the city, but those are very atypical. Next slide, please. So a look at our conservation easements. OSMP, the city holds an OSMP is responsible for 66 conservation easements where we are the sole grantee over about 2,015 acres. We also hold 61 conservation easements in various joint arrangements with Boulder County over about 7,830 acres. And then we have 3 conservation easements as life estate agreements over about 90 acres. Next slide, please, Leah. Development rights agreements, also called a deed or grant of development rights, are held by the city and mostly predate conservation easements and accomplish similar goals. They're legally binding contracts that convey certain development rights and uses of the property to the city, thereby prohibiting certain private development and uses. While the rights and restrictions are generally meant to be perpetual, because they're contractual in nature, they can be changed, extinguished, or terminated by agreement of the parties, subject to charter disposal provisions, of course. Next slide, please. So looking at our development rights agreements properties, we hold about 12 and they total approximately 180 acres. Next slide, please, Leah. So on to scenic easements. The vast majority of the scenic easements held by the city were granted when the property was annexed or developed and are somewhat of a hybrid of conservation easements and development rights agreements. They typically limit or prohibit development and protect the scenic and natural values of the property. Again, because they're contractual in nature, they can be changed, extinguished, terminated by agreement of the parties, again, subject to charter disposal provisions. Next slide, please, Leah. The city holds and OSMP is responsible for about 41 scenic easements over 35 acres, and most of them are within the city limits. Next slide, please, Leah. And maybe a bit out of left field, but just to touch on one more agreement that we do monitor and enforce, or is our responsibility at Open Space and Mountain Parks. You may be familiar with covenants, conditions, and restrictions, or what's called CC&Rs, more if you're a member of a homeowners association. However, in this case, the city holds, monitors, and enforces only a handful of these agreements for Boulder County parks and open space, mostly where they were conveyed in lieu of, very similar to a conservation easement, to comply with their grants from Great Outdoors Colorado. Next slide, please, Leah. So what are the benefits of doing conservation easements, scenic easements, development rights agreements? Well, to the original grantor or current landowner, they can include cash, tax benefits, approval of development applications. The benefits to the city can include protecting properties at a lesser cost and without management responsibility. And of course, the benefit to both parties is a peace of mind that a piece of land is protected, permanency and control of protected land, and the community investment and relationships that are formed in executing these or undertaking these agreements. Next slide, please, Leah. So just a little to reveal what goes on or what goes into these conservation transactions. There is, of course, conservation or preservation intent, which is via a willing landowner and holder, or in this case, the city. There's significant transaction planning, which involves understanding the conservation objectives for the property, as well as what restrictions may ensure those objectives are met in perpetuity. And of course, there's a ton of due diligence work, which includes surveying, agreement drafting, things like appraisals. And then after conveyance, there is stewardship and monitoring of the agreement, most of the time in perpetuity. Next slide, please, Leah. And so now Matt will take over and tell you a little bit about how OSMP monitors and stewards these agreements, which we generally collectively refer to as easements. Matt?
All right, thanks, Bethany. I'm gonna go to the next slide here, Leah. Thank you. All right, so what is stewardship of an easement? Stewardship is ensuring that the conservation objectives of the agreement are being upheld. It's a practice of enforcing the terms of the agreement, basically. As Bethany was just describing, this is typically in perpetuity, but there are some of these agreements that are for only a set number of years. It's important to note here that a conservation agreement is only as good as its enforcement, because at the end of the day, we're really dealing with a contractual obligation between two parties. And if no one is enforcing that, then it's really just a piece of paper. So annual monitoring visits are our biggest tool for stewardship. And this is a once per year monitoring visit to inspect the property. And we'll go into a little more detail on those on the next slide. Landowner relationships, these are just as important, and sometimes more so than the physical inspection of the property, because with this, we can glean information from conversations with the landowner. So maintaining a good relationship is vital to keep those lines of communication open and get out ahead of potential issues. And it's really important to note here that this is also not just the original grantor of the conservation agreement. These are also the subsequent owners of the underlying property going forward through the years. And whenever there's a new owner, we do an introduction meeting to kind of go over this presentation we're giving you guys right now and how to help them be a good steward of the land. So we also use management plans, and these help to set expectations for the use of the property. They go hand in hand with the conservation agreement itself to flesh out more detail on the approved uses. And on the right, this is an example of an agricultural management plan. And this one outlines the agreed upon agricultural practices that are going to take place on the property. So responding to questions and requests from landowners is another big component of stewardship. So monitoring typically takes place once a year, but we encourage landowners to reach out anytime with questions or requests. We review and respond to those requests and let the landowners know when approval is going to be required for a certain activity. And lastly, we monitor in order to recognize the gaps in our conservation coverage and react to change. So these are things like changes in the land management or ownership of a particular property characteristics, the topography changing from a flood or a fire, or even the impacts of something large scale system-wide like climate change and how we're going to adapt our practices to deal with those. If we're methodically checking and stewarding the properties, we're able to spot these changes and trends to help ourselves get out ahead of those. Okay, next slide. So what is monitoring? Monitoring, as I said, is just the annual inspection of the property. This is a visual inspection on the ground, although aerial is becoming more and more common by other organizations. So this is basically to ensure the terms of the agreement are being upheld and that actions of management plans are being implemented. We compare the conditions on the ground to the conditions that were documented in the baseline at the time of conveyance of the conservation agreement. And the baseline report is also known as the summary of current condition or the present condition report. and this shows the condition of the property at the time of the conveyance of that particular conservation agreement. So the baseline report includes a narrative summary of the property and the history of the property ownership, as well as photographs of those current conditions. And lastly, the baseline report documents the relevant ecological and conservation values that are present on the property. So these can all be clues in the future if there's been a change in use or a violation of the agreement. So on the left is the cover page for the baseline report for Long's Gardens. And baseline reports are frequently done by a consultant. This one's notable because we actually prepared this baseline in-house because we had the expertise on our staff and we had access to the necessary natural resource databases to pull all the information from for all those resource inventories. Okay, next slide, please. So why are we going out and monitoring these protected properties? As we've said before, there's a contractual obligation to enforce the conservation agreement. This is what we signed up for. The conservation agreement is only as good as that enforcement, and monitoring is the tool we use to enforce that agreement. There's also requirements under state statutes and federal regulations. Colorado has a statute regarding conservation easements and conservation agreements. There isn't a federal conservation agreement statute, but they fall under regulations regarding charitable deductions if it was donated and the landowner claimed a charitable deduction. There's also state certification. So keeping up with the monitoring is one of the requirements to maintain our state certification as a qualified conservation easement holder. And then we also have our city open space charter obligations. And these are the ones we all know and love and are familiar with, similar to how we preserve and maintain the properties that we own in fee title to preserve natural areas, water resources in their natural or traditional state, scenic areas or vistas, wildlife habitats, fragile ecosystem, the preservation of agricultural uses. So we're enforcing all of those same city charter obligations through our monitoring. Okay, next slide. So the actual process of monitoring looks a little something like this. We contact the landowner to give notice. And if we hear back from them, great. We schedule a time that works for both of us to meet out on the property. If we don't hear back, we go ahead and monitor at the time that we gave them notice for. We do a pre-monitoring review, and this includes reviewing the conservation agreement itself, the baseline report, the monitoring reports from the previous several years. We check the land use records to see if there's been any development applications or building permits. We review the available aerial imagery, and we prepare photo point maps that show where the photos have been taken. So the day of the on-site monitoring, we walk the property, we take photos, we record the conditions and compare those to the photos in the baseline report and previous year's monitoring reports. If the landowner joins us, we have a conversation with the landowner about how they're using the property and their future plans. Post-monitoring, we draft the monitoring report, and this includes photos and a photo point map showing where those photos were taken. We have a continued dialogue with the landowner on potential violations or other activities that are taking place on the property, notify them about weeds, that kind of thing. And then there's enforcement. And if there are violations or potential violations of the agreement, we go through the enforcement process. And this begins with notifying the landowner and requesting that they remedy the potential violation. And most of the time, this is where the process usually ends. We work with the landowner and we find a solution to get them back in compliance. If we don't reach a solution with the landowner, we have as our option of last resort the right to pursue legal remedies. So next slide. This is just an example of one of our monitoring reports. Definitely can't read it on there, but gives you an idea of what these things look like. On the left, you can see we record who we spoke to and if the landowner or representative met us on the property, how we contacted them, and give a little bit of a narrative summary. And then on the right, you can see this is just a table where we log all of the current conditions on the property. And this is just a checklist to help us kind of do our due diligence on these monitoring visits. Next slide, please. And these are the monitoring photos and photo point map that get included in that monitoring report. You can see in the photo point map on the right, each photo point has a couple of little arrows shooting off of it, and those show where the photo was taken and which direction was being faced when the photo was taken. So we can mostly so we can replicate that in the future, and also so we can kind of orient ourselves when we're looking at those pictures. Okay, next slide. So these are some examples of our landowner and third-party requests. Most of the time, the landowners understand that they need to check with us before building something or engaging in any kind of different activity that would change the way they use their land. And we try to do this proactively by kind of engaging in that communication and having that ongoing conversation with them, so they feel at ease coming to us to ask these questions. So some good examples: we need a utility easement across the conservation agreement. Can I install solar panels? Can I add land to my conservation easement? Does OSMP want to buy my property? Can I build a tennis court or a barn? Can I expand my house? And can you provide guidance on weed control or forest management? And this last one is a really good example. This is the way most landowners try to use us. They use us as a resource to be good stewards of the land. We have a really good collaborative relationship. We can provide a lot of good guidance and resources that your average landowner may not have access to. So they really try to use us as a resource, and that's how the types of questions we usually get. So next slide. So some examples of potential violations. I'd like to highlight here, the vast majority of our monitoring visits are uneventful. They go really smoothly. We take our pictures, have a nice conversation with the landowner, draft up our report, and everything looks great. We encounter 1 to 2 potential violations per year, and these are usually handled right up front with a conversation with the landowner to remedy that potential violation. But these are some examples of things that could be potential violations. So a denied right of entry. So this is in the terms of the conservation agreement that we are allowed to enter in order to monitor and enforce that agreement. To deny us entry would be a violation. Change in topography. This could be unauthorized grading or dumping trash and debris. And this is the type of thing we like to remind landowners of when we meet with them every year. If you have any construction or grading projects coming up, just feel free to talk to us about those, because it may require our approval. The construction of structures that are not permitted under the conservation agreement. Typically, these are things like an agricultural building, like a loafing shed, or maybe like a gazebo or a patio kind of a structure like that. So those are just some examples of potential violations. We can go to the next slide now. That's it for me. We're going to switch back to Bethany here.
Thank you, Matt. So that, potential violations or actual violations kind of lead you, and discussion of of how these agreements work, lead you to ask, can these agreements be updated, amended, or disposed? So again, part of stewardship is recognizing gaps, reacting to change, and responding to requests, which can sometimes lead to amending our agreements or even disposing of property interests. Amendments and disposals can also be an avenue to resolving violations, updating old or ambiguous agreements to current standards, protecting additional valuable land or important resources while maintaining or enhancing the original intent and conservation objectives. Next slide, please. Amendments of these agreements is guided by the OSMP CE amendment policy, where amendments might be undertaken to correct minor errors, increase the level of protection of a property, or to clarify disputes in ambiguous language, or even as ordered in a condemnation or judicial proceeding. Next slide, please. And on to disposals. Undertaking changes to the agreement where land might be removed from the protected area, or where uses or rights that were previously prohibited by the agreement requires compliance with the disposal provision of the charter. Relating this back to our initial discussion, this can be thought of as giving back sticks to the landowner. While amendments and disposals require robust processes and are often avoided or discouraged, they can be useful tools to expand the quantity and quality of our protected land system and allow even better stewardship. The timing of this overview is ideal, as the board will be considering several of these types of requests in the coming months, and we look forward to guiding you through the complexities. Next slide, please, Leah. And no discussion of acquiring and stewarding our property interests is complete without recognizing the tremendous amount of collaboration we have with our OSMP and city and county staff experts and partners who provide support and input during all stages of the work discussed here tonight. Leah, could you pivot to that last slide, please? So now we're turning it back to the board for any questions you might have.
Thanks so much, Bethany. If it pleases other board members, I was thinking we could kind of divide this into two segments. One would be questions on easements themselves, clarifying, and then maybe go for another round that has more to do with the charter, our legal documents, the board and staff's respective roles. Does that make conceptual sense for folks? Anybody who has another preference? I just think it'd be helpful to get some clarifying done first. Do people have clarifying questions on easements themselves to begin with? Dave?
Thanks, Matt and Bethany. I have two quick questions. I have not been impressed historically with the conservation easements in general that the department has written. Do you have an example, or can you discuss a little more specifically kind of what the current conservation easement language actually is?
Sure, I can. I think.
Let me just say the example. I think the Braddock conservation easement that we had in our packet is a good example of.
Braddock. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
so,
I'm wondering if there's a difference, between that and what we're currently doing.
Yeah, so I can tell you, it's a great question, Dave. And it's a question land conservation professionals across the state will probably answer the same, which is it has evolved the documents themselves, if you're talking about conservation easements, have evolved tremendously over basically the last 4 decades, basically. We have a few that are 2 to 3 page documents, and yes, they're not the greatest documents, and they're ambiguous and difficult to steward, right? Or can be, I suppose. If a problem arose, they might be difficult to interpret or to enforce. However, fast forwarding, and Paddock was, I believe, in the late 90s. So a great deal of progression. It's several pages. At least it has, it refers to Colorado revised statutes. It refers to conservation values, things like that. Fast forward to the conservation easement we just did for Long's Garden, which is very consistent with kind of statewide templates, GOCO templates, Boulder County, things like that. I believe it's around 34 pages. So if that gives you any concept. So it really is, conservation easements were very much learning from mistakes, or as soon as you signed them, the first thing that would come up was something that wasn't in the document, right? And so, okay, let's put that in the document for next time. And so it really has been learning as they go, and a tremendous amount of attorney input and things, very consistent legal input, both at the state level and at the national level, that are starting to make conservation, I shouldn't even say starting, probably in the last 15 years, are making conservation easements much more consistent, much easier or better to be able to steward and enforce, because of the language that are being integrated. And there's this balance between having, really getting into fine details, because again, you'll forget stuff that's not in there, and also having a bit of kind of that all-encompassing or flexibility in language. So they're getting better and better, I think. And Dan, I know you want to jump in on this, having a great.
Oh yeah, having written some very poorly written conservation easements and for my early days, I sympathize with this question. But that is also reasons when Bethany said, what are some reasons we may want to consider amending a conservation easement? is if we have the opportunity to take an easement that was written 30 years ago and to write it in a current format and a current template, that alone could be a big plus and a big reason why we might consider amending an easement, is if we can get that onto the current, upgraded essentially. So it could be stronger if it comes down to enforcement. It could be stronger in terms of clarity for future landowners of what you can and cannot do. So just to take an old easement and put it into a new template could be a reason in and of itself to consider amending an easement itself because of that evolution that has taken place over the years.
Will we see, for example, a draft or amended easement when we're officially considering the paddock conservation easement request?
We are going through that, and Matt, you can jump on as well, but we are going through that process right now to see what elements would be amended and updated. So yes, I will say it is highly likely. Again, we have to have willing landowners on that step as well, and to make sure it's worth it or it's a net benefit to open space to be doing that as well. But it is looking like it's going that direction. Yes, Dave. And you would be able to see what that looks like as an attachment to next month's memo. Yep.
Great. Thanks. That's encouraging.
It wasn't one of our worst ones either.
No, I know.
I'll just ask quickly, Bethany, could you define a life estate agreement?
Yeah, I actually had a slide in and I was like, that's confusing the situation. So we have a few conservation easements where we actually own the fee title of the property, but there was a life estate granted or reserved, I guess you could say, when we purchased the property, where the seller is able to live out their life in the home. And so these were done before Dan or I were here, and they are quite confusing because rather than do a life estate agreement, which is somewhat typical, they put conservation easements over the residential areas of these properties. So to make sure, I mean, it's not confusing in the situation that you want to make sure you are able to go and check on the property and make sure there's no waste and things like that are normal provisions under life estate agreements. The confusing part is normally if you own the underlying fee of a conservation easement, the rights merge, right? And so it's kind of quirky that our predecessors kind of set them up that way. But we do, and I slid that in just to make sure, we accounted for all of our conservation easements that are monitored and stewarded annually. But the way they're set up are a little confusing. So we do have, I believe, still 3 of them where it's just the small residential portion of the property that remain in a life estate to the private landowners. I mean, the original sellers. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, the blue ink documents on these easements, do they live at the clerk and recorder alongside deeds, or do they live like in OSMP's offices? Where are they?
No, these are all recorded documents. They they carry on the title of any property. So scenic easements, development rights agreements, conservation easements, they're all recorded. Yes.
Okay. Caroline?
Hey, thank you guys for the presentation. So I guess my clarifying question is, I feel a bit confused. I guess what I thought was going to be presented to us was a past or historical way of doing the easements and then an updated version. I feel like I'm kind of hearing that each easement is going to have their own specifics, but I guess in my head, I thought that there was like, federal guidelines or tax guidelines that have been renewed in the past couple of years, and that is what is making our department need to update them. I feel like we were talking a lot about the annual baseline reports, and we walked through those pretty specifically. So I don't know if that meant that we're going to start receiving those for all of the property, or if that was what was important to share with us. I guess I just thought like with the documentation, there would be a past and then kind of clear cut what is changing for the future, but maybe somehow I got lost in translation.
Yeah, and I don't know if Dan wants to jump in. So we were asked to do kind of an overview of our easement monitoring and stewardship program. Nothing about past and future. We don't have a huge intention to, again, conservation easements, scenic easements are tools in our toolbox of protecting properties, but we don't have any identified kind of future state of upcoming conservation easement acquisitions. As far as if we have amended and restated conservation easements or scenic easements, things like that, that would be a case by case basis as we meet other, as they're necessary. We don't have an intention kind of to update all of our easements or conservation easements. Again, that would require, we can't order that or anything like that. That would be willing landowners and things to go through that process. And so, yeah, so I'm not sure where kind of the communication got stalled. We do have baselines for almost all of our properties that we do monitor against. Those were typically, ideally they were done at the time of conveyance, but for a lot of those older conservation easements, scenic easements, things like that, they're mostly kind of current condition or present condition at the time that somebody said, we don't, this one didn't have a baseline, because again, conservation easements have evolved. So a lot of baselines weren't done for easements prior to the early 90s. So they went back and kind of did those over the years, but we do have baselines. We're kind of required to be able to show those for state certification to be conservation easement holders. So no, there was no kind of discussion of changing or evolving this program that I'm aware of.
I can talk a little bit about trends to the conservation easement program over the last 10 years. Is Caroline, the Long's Garden conservation easement that we entered into and executed a year ago was, I believe, the only conservation easement that we've entered into in the past decade. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
And the trend has actually been over the last 15 years is to go actually acquire the full rights or acquire the fee for the conservation easement properties. So some of our big acquisition projects that we've done over the last 15 years was to actually buy the land that has the conservation easements on from the landowner. Boulder Valley Farm, Erdel, Joder Ranch. Those are all examples, and Shanahan Ranch. Those all had some forms of a conservation agreement on them, either on some of the property or all of the property, in which we decided that we would like to own the property outright. And so that's actually been the trend over the last 10 or 15 years, as opposed to acquiring new agreements with private landowners.
To just riff on that a little further, at our previous meeting in discussing the easement at the mouth of Boulder Canyon, we actually had an extinguishment and therefore a technical disposal. Bethany, can you walk us through when there is amendment and it's basically just, let's call it a stick change as opposed to extinguishment? Tell us about the law, tell us about the structure of the home rule city regarding how this happens.
So again, we have kind of two guiding, I guess you could say, documents or avenues for amending one of these agreements. Again, if there's a legal description, a scrivener's error is pretty much what it's called. They're adding some additional protection, say the agreement allows them to install privacy fencing, let's say, around their residence. And they say, I don't want to do that. I want to give that up. And, it allows them to perhaps do a tree farm. And they say, you know what, we're not interested in that. We want to do, kind of low intensity agriculture. They want to give up some rights that they still have. They can do that through the OSMP amendment policy, which typically would only go to board. It doesn't have to go to, it's either staff level for those Scrivener's errors, for those corrections of wording or legal description of a conservation easement. That's a staff level amendment. But if it's an issue of weighing, kind of giving us more sticks, as it were, then that would typically be a consideration of an amended conservation easement or scenic easement that would come to the board. If it is asking for something back that they gave to the city, so let's say they gave up the right to construct any agricultural property, let's say on like a 35-acre conservation easement property. But, they kind of need a loafing shed. They're going to put some cows or some horses on the property and exercise maybe the agricultural uses that were allowed, but they need some loafing sheds, or they need some irrigation infrastructure, or things that weren't allowed in that original conservation easement document. That really, a lot of those rights are a disposal, because they are asking for some of those rights that they conveyed to the city back. So that would be subject to our city charter provisions. Is that helpful? Is that answering your question, Hal?
Yes, and so I guess to be specific, meaning when sticks are given back, we hear about it, we make a recommendation, it then goes to council. But when we are being given sticks, it is an OSBT recommendation to staff to perhaps accept the new sticks.
Correct. And it'd be, ideally one or the other of those. However, we often are seeing, or we're about to encounter, as you know, kind of a mixture of those two. So somebody who wants to give some land and wants some back, right? And so that's where both of those, kind of the acquiring or adding to the conservation easement comes in. And then also disposing of some that where there was land encumbered by the conservation easement.
So does that therefore rise to city council's review?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Our recent example of that, I believe, is in 2019. Some of you might remember the Lou property, which was an exchange of getting some protected area that wasn't protected in exchange for less acreage of what was under the easement, and it was a land exchange, and that went through the full process of staff review, board review, and council approval.
Dan, or Dave, excuse me.
Yeah, Bethany, I have a question on, and Shanahan is a good example. So when the city has, or the open space department has a conservation easement, and we purchase the property, does the easement still stay in force? And then do we become the enforcer of our easement?
Mm-hmm. So most of the time, and that one is actually a development rights agreement, not a conservation easement. Again, just splitting hairs of the different kinds of agreements. But most of the time, the interests merge. So you get back that, that slide, the real property interest slide. So you bring the sticks in with the land and the improvements, right? So they all come back together and all the interests merge. So no, the conservation easement interests merge, so you don't enforce it against yourself. However, you can either write it in to the easement itself, or there are situations right now under state law. So there was a state law change where if the conservation easement was, or a portion of it was donated and they took a tax credit, it can't merge. So it gets very confusing once you start diving into that, right? However, unless the document actually says that the parties have to agree on merger, or that it won't merge for some reason, if the city were to buy the underlying fee, those interests do merge.
Dave, also, I have a lot of interesting documents on that topic, because there was a case study out in the county related to Rainbow regarding the recycling facility, and very fascinating to read up on if you're interested.
Great. I will get with you.
Yeah, and the lucky thing is, with us acquiring the underlying fee and having the same charter purposes and reasons for protecting the land, it kind of works, right? So.
And a lot of the motivation behind wanting to purchase our conservation easement properties is so we have direct day-to-day management control over them. Typically, the private property owners manage the property, but in some of these really sensitive areas, like along the corridor of Boulder Creek, which was Erdel, Boulder Valley Farm, the desire to be able to go in and manage and restore the lands and have that ability kind of rises it to the level where we would actually consider purchasing those conservation easement properties.
Yeah, I will say that that area of law is the Wild West and hasn't seen much court action and is widely open to interpretation.
Lawyers love to debate that. If you go to a conservation organization conference, the lawyers will all hold up and get together for 8 hours over the merger of title issue, and they and hotly debate it all.
Other Dave.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have one other quick question, and I apologize. I probably should know this, but Bethany, so who on staff actually manages the conservation easement program or oversees it, or what's the staff arrangement as far as those properties are concerned?
So our lead easement coordinator is Mike Downey, who's not here tonight. He's out on parental leave. And Jake is actually going to be doing the scenic easement inventory monitoring, all the GIS work, and that's actually potentially going to be our first our lucky first input into Beehive as well, to be able to track those annual monitoring reports in the asset management software. So so he'll be, as you saw, we have a lot of these agreements to monitor and steward. So he's taken a chunk off of Mike's plate and going to be doing those.
Great, thanks.
I'll say there too, Dave, when I joined the board, I asked Janet for the easement template and she graciously sent it to me and answered a great range of questions too. So she's an awesome resource on that.
Great.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Hey, Bethany, I wanted to thank you for that good presentation of kind of like easements 101. And I was just wondering whether, for those neophytes like me who are really trying to catch up on this kind of stuff, do you have because in the presentations itself, it has, you go through each one, but I'm wondering if you have like a matrix of the different kinds and how they're different and like which ones are governed by a state entity and which ones are not. Do you have anything like that we could reference?
I can put it together. There's a lot of places to pull from, but yeah, we could certainly pull it together. We're somewhat unique in having this kind of variety of, other certainly open space agencies have kind of this similar, I shouldn't say problem, but these varying agreements that they just figure out, how to interpret which agreement at the time. But I can certainly put together kind of a framework and also share our presentation if that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I think, Michelle, I think the overall sort of general answer is conservation easements is the strongest, most robust tool that is that has statutes that help support that. And typically, you would probably not see us enter into any other type of agreement other than a trail or easement. Other than that, if we were in complete control of that decision.
Yeah, it's definitely the most current way of doing these kind of conservation transactions. Absolutely.
So I will point out this board on December 8th, as well as the January 12th meeting, has 2 action items coming up that will rely on this session. And Bethany, tell me if this statement I make is true. Each easement is a different document, and there can really be no systemization of this process. Therefore, it relies on the analytical work of this board and our staff to find good solutions each time. And we'd like to make it simple, but we really ultimately can't, and so need to weave through these. Is that fair?
That is so well articulated, Al. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And so I just throw out, in light of the fact that we have these action items coming up on the 8th and the 12th of January, any other questions related to the philosophical structure here, et cetera, that people want to use this time for?
Does anyone know if the easement template that Janet sent to you historically, has that changed or been updated, or is that template still the same in its current form?
It's still the same. Yeah, and I can furnish it. We can certainly furnish it. Again, it's because every property is different and everything. It's really got the pick and choose the terms, but it's pretty robust. If Hal, you got the one in 2019, right? I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can.
The way I understand that document, the template has all the terms we would most like to see these days, but you have a counterparty and a private landowner who may be rejecting terms.
Right.
And that's what, and therein is the inherent complexity of this field.
Yeah, well, and it's got all the terms, if they have a riparian area, well, some properties don't, right? Or if they've got agriculture and some properties don't. So it has it's kind of the kitchen sink, but that you would pull out the appropriate terms and conditions. So, but yeah, I can certainly provide that in its current form.
Yeah, speaking for myself, at least, that would be very helpful for me to have.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm happy to also forward, again, the most recent we did that's pretty robust is the Longs Garden Conservation Easement. So happy to provide that as well.
I thank you in advance, and I would love that.
Bethany, if Caroline gets it, I want to get it too.
I'll get it to everyone.
Holiday reading.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'm glad you asked, because it really is a good way also to educate, because is obviously just reading through some of these. So, yep. I could talk all day, but some of it doesn't sink in, I'm sure. So, yeah.
I was waiting for your hand, Karen.
I have a question that's specific to the paddock property, but I think it can be generalized to other situations as well. And it has to do with whether the conservation easement agreement is specifically about the land ownership rights and responsibilities, or whether things like the some additional ways that OSMP is going to do things with the land that's getting transferred to OSMP. Do those kinds of things get also included in the conservation easement agreement, or is that a separate kind of document?
So again, with most of these agreements, open space does not take on any kind of management or day-to-day control of the property. Is that what you're asking?
Well, in the paddock agreement, OSMP is going to acquire, as I understand it, is going to acquire land along the creek, right?
Not
acquire. We're gonna put it under the conservation easement.
Conservation easement. Okay.
Yeah. So it would be encumbered by the.
And will any comments about? Let me just describe what I saw when I was out there. It looked to me like the grass was mowed up to and through the creek, and I'm wondering if the conservation easement agreement will say anything about how the land around the creek will be managed.
Yes, that's so now I realize what you're getting to your question. So yes, it will talk about leaving it more in its natural state, things like that. But it is an obligation on the landowner to do that and us to monitor them doing that. Does that help?
Okay, so the land, so if I understand what you've just said, the land under conservation easement agreement will stay in paddock ownership, and there will be provisions which say how the land around the creek bed itself will be managed.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
You got it. Sure.
Anything else? Well, I'll just mention, Bethany said something there really interesting to me after doing a lot of reading on this topic. I think the most interesting conceptual idea on it is this idea that if a conservation easement creates tax credits, it essentially brings a third stakeholder in the form of the taxpayer into the transaction and fundamentally adds protection to that easement. I think that's interesting, innovative, and new knowledge, and something to just keep in the back of our minds.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a tax credit or a tax deduction, if many of open spaces were straight purchases, so they received cash for them. If there was any kind of donation where there was a federal tax deduction or some, also state tax credit taken, it adds a huge layer of complexity to look at if you are to acquire them, first of all, but also to amend or dispose or anything like that, to do any changes. You have to maintain, the charitable intent and things like that. So, yeah.
And that was a bit of what I was thinking that this update would be, because as I understood it, there has been a lot of federal guidelines that have changed with those tax credits and conservation easements, just basically like a tightening and enforcement of them. So I guess I just kind of thought that we were updating related to that, but you're saying that we really don't have a lot of property where they have.
Right. We don't have a lot of them. I think what you're referencing, so a few things, the state, there have been changes to the state tax credit and state law in recent years. Again, mostly related to those easements that did take a state tax credit, and also how you can terminate or extinguish. So state statute, you can't terminate or extinguish, fully extinguish conservation easements without judicial action now. So those were some changes. As far as the federal level, I think some of what you're getting at too is Colorado was subject to a lot of pretty major audits in both the early, I believe, 2000s or kind of mid 2000s, as well as even some recently for the federal tax deduction. And many have gotten through and things like that, but we have not had any of those issues because, again, most of ours do not have that donative component.
Great. Well, unless there's anything else pressing, it's now about 9 o'clock. I was thinking we should take a 5-minute break before coming back for board business in matters. Does anybody else have anything before we break? All right, why don't we come back at 9:06, everyone?
Thank you, everybody.
We'll just give one more moment for Karen to join us here. Great. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to enter the matters from the board section of our meeting. I did think, given the conversation just moments ago on easements, I did want to highlight item C in the written information. This is the update regarding application and related guidelines for consideration of license and disposal requests involving open space lands. Now, this that document sort of touches on this discussion of easements in the sense that the easement policy and its clarification was one of the staff's goals related to this work. Is that well said, Dan?
Yeah, right now, the only guidance of how we coordinate the request for license and disposals is by using that easement amendment policy. So it really is trying to be very specifically applicable to what process do we want to go through for license and disposals. And so giving us a specific document for license and disposals and upgrading it from that 1995 document.
Okay, and I just want to remind everybody where we are on that. Caroline and I have served as a board committee, and we have worked closely with Bethany and Dan to basically refine that document. The most recent place that we actually did anything material was Kurt, our prior trustee, had some comments in there, which we together reviewed as a group. Unfortunately, Caroline was not able to join us at the last meeting. I, in my own estimation, would say the only real material change that came from that meeting was the addition of the word application in the title of the document. The aim of which was to say, this document's main goal is essentially to define the manila folder that we as a baseline expect to come from anybody who is seeking a disposal, an easement modification that qualifies as a disposal, and any of these other items that will require both this board and city council's review. And so I guess I just wanted to say, as far as relating those two items, that is an important written item that went into the packet. I encourage board members to bring themselves back up on it, because we did say at the retreat that we collectively hope that maybe over the next few meetings, we can get through that and perhaps complete it. I see basically now that the next touch should be reopening this to the full board for additional suggestions, comments, problems, and that we will go back to an additional redlined version, which then with good luck and fortune could be brought back potentially for action by the board. So I just wanted to highlight it. Karen, go ahead.
That touches on the question that I had about that document. I feel like I need to have a red line version.
So there's a previous redlined version. We presented the original version. Tell me if I'm wrong, Dan. We put the original version as staff brought it to the board while Kurt was still with us. And that now the new version represents the one that's gone through committee. There is a redlined version in between. If you'd like to go back and review that, I can provide that to you.
You're saying that there are no additional red lines from the committee?
No, really, it was Kurt's comments were about basically, do we want to address this? Do we want to address that? And we basically took note of those in our last meeting.
And said no.
Largely, we did say no.
Can we get a red line version? I want to know what we're approving, what changes we're approving. And
okay.
All I see is black and white on the version that I have.
Tremendous. We will get you the one that has Kurt's comments on it. No problem. I'll do that.
When do you want to have board input on the draft?
I would say, you know, the sooner the better is great. And I really look to my peers here to say, would you guys like to do some of this by email, or shall we slot some time to do this live on the fly? What is the board's preference? I do want to highlight a big thing is, you know, our authority, the document and the shape of the application doesn't alter our authority as a board in any way. It's really a question of what consistency in the application do we want? And I'll be the first one to say, I do not think this document is done. So it really is up to you guys. Caroline and I still exist as this committee. Should we slate some time for the full board to do some live edits? Or would you like to do by email? How would you like to see it done?
Hal, if I could just add one more thing before we get responses. So right now I have the January under matters from the board to have this be a discussion of this agreement. So one way is if we can get some email, and then maybe the committee could meet between now and the end of the year to consider the emails that we're getting from trustees. And then we could come back in January with and begin the discussion after we've gotten some initial feedback via email.
Yeah, I was thinking our discussion would be more productive if any changes you would like to see are in a new red line version for everybody to look at and review.
And to the board, I'm sorry to all of you that I was unable to attend the last meeting. And moving forward, I have ample time to be able to meet with Hal and or staff to be able to work on this. And I definitely think it's a good idea to get everyone, both copies, the red line and then in black and white to move forward. So if you would like us to give you that in more of like a real updated time to, if there's anything that you would like to see before the January meeting, we can certainly cater to that as well. So just let us know what you need and I am happy to provide it.
I'll just daylight too, Karen, the main thing that we declined to take in Kurt's suggestion was how are we differentiating between applications for permits? And we basically as a group just realized that with the new city website, we're hoping there's going to be a general page for open space related permit applications, and that's materially different than easement and disposal, and that we didn't want to add that complexity to this document. That was the main thing that we decided to not take. If that makes sense. But you'll see the bloody document. We'll get it to you.
So Hal, you're going to send out the latest red line draft to the board.
Mm-hmm.
And then board members will respond with additional suggestions or comments.
Yep.
And then we'll schedule a board discussion at the January meeting.
Yep. And I would say at this point, really textual change is, I think, the valuable thing. To have comments is great if we want to compose on the fly, but I think we're really looking for substantive and concise textual change if people would like to see some.
Yeah, but the example that I'm thinking that actually would probably be both is that I did not see an appeal of the director's decision in the license part of the document, and I do think that there should be an appeal. So that's there should be a description of appealing decisions so that the applicant will know that, if the decision is negative for that person, that there is, an opportunity for some further consideration. So that would be my comment, and I can provide specific language as well.
Yeah, no, that sounds like exactly the kind of stuff we need to hear and bring a more robust, improved version for consideration at the meeting we have it slated for.
Yeah, Dave, with that example, just having that comment alone is probably suffice, because we probably would make sure, working with our real estate attorneys on staff and the city attorney's office, to make sure we get the right language for that. Okay. So I wouldn't sweat over the trying to come up with the language. Just the comment itself would be great in that regard.
Yeah, you probably have an idea about what I would suggest. Yes, that sounds fine.
Okay, great. Sorry for that little hiatus. I just wanted to connect the dots on a few of those things. With that, let's all turn our attention to PDF page 12. In the printed version of the packet, we're looking at the OSBT rules of procedure memo and attachment, essentially. And this is an item bordering on action item tonight that is an outgrowth of our retreat and our discussion of this document in detail during the retreat. And we now have our redlined version in front of us. And so what I would like to do is look to the board to say, should we try to go page by page again, or are people largely seeing these changes as reflective of their wishes as heard in the retreat? What would people like to do? Karen.
I have one substantive question. And other than that, I'm ready for a motion.
Great.
And I don't know where other people stand.
What's your question?
It's on Article 4, the first sentence says the secretary shall maintain an accurate record of all studies, plans, reports, and recommendations to the board and the discharge of its duties and responsibilities, in addition to recording decisions reached, actions to be taken, though not recording the discussion that went into making the decisions. And my question is, we have gotten into a pattern in the minutes where the topics addressed in the discussion are listed. And I find that very helpful and a constructive part of the minutes. So I would reword this sentence to say, recording decisions reached / actions to be taken, comma, topics addressed in the discussion, but not all the points made in the discussion.
Okay, can you hold that right there? Leah, do we have you with us presently? Is it possible?
Of course we do.
Yes. Is it possible to the end of potentially taking action here, if we can go to a live edit? Thank you so much.
Given the minutes that we got tonight for the October meeting, I think there's sort of an agreement that the topics addressed in the discussion will be listed for each action taken. So I don't think my suggestion is disagreeing with current practice. I think it's just embodying current practice.
So I have a suggestion or a question and then a suggestion. I think that it's not clear that we're speaking about minutes of board meetings. So I think if we're going to reference minutes in this article, it ought to be referenced specifically as in addition, to recording decisions reached / actions to be taken, minutes of board meetings or something like that should then introduce that next part of the sentence, so that, because it's not clear that we're talking about minutes of board meetings.
Okay, let me take a stab at it, and Leah can try to type this in, and then we can see if there's consensus. Okay.
Great.
In addition, comma, board minutes will record decisions reached, comma, actions taken, and topics addressed in the discussion, but not all the points made in the discussion. And you could continue with the last phrase there and say, and that went into making the decisions if you wanted to.
While we're thinking about that, I don't want to make too fine or put too fine a point on it, but I think it would be read clearer and more simply if we put a period after responsibilities in the first sentence, and then started a new sentence saying, in addition, minutes of open space board meetings, because board minutes, it's basically they're minutes of the meetings. Then blah 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 will do whatever we end up agreeing to.
Okay, that feels really good to me. Let's approach it this way. Does anyone have any problems with those changes? Seeing no problems, we can read this as a good change, I believe. Thank you for that, Karen.
There are two little typos that my eye caught, Leah, back on the first page. In number 3, the last line of number 3, it says the board, the chair should be capitalized, I think. And on the very next line, the vice chair shall assume the duties of the chair. And I think in has been deleted, and in needs to say, to stay in the absence. But other than that, I'm okay with the rest of this, and I'd be glad to make a motion unless somebody else has something that they want to add or change or discuss.
I do. Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Just the question is that, like, when we were talking back at Article 4, are we only really referring to like actual board meetings? I mean, I know you added that.
As opposed to study sessions, you mean, or something?
Yeah, and retreats, and I mean, it's really
trips.
where there's board action, where we're really taking minutes. And as long as that's the case, I mean, that's fine, because I don't think we would take minutes in regular, in retreats or study sessions. But then that also means like a record of all studies, plans, reports.
I mean, in my mind, Michelle, the meetings covers all of that. If we're together as a group, either study session or in the field or whatever, if we agree there ought to be some record of that, then those would be minutes of the meetings.
And they're all meetings because they're all publicly noticed meetings of the board, right?
Right.
Okay. I also feel good about this. I, like you, Karen, am interested in the number 600. I think it's, we have more work to do on that, but good for us to make a mental note. I also, from my side, where we left off was with Caroline thinking over the comments I had made. In my own personal thinking, I don't want to force a vote or an issue, but I do hope at least that my comments about the idea of communicating in a personal capacity and whether or not it's possible to communicate in a personal capacity with more than one board member, I thought, I'll just say it, I think the argument has merits. I don't think it's possible to communicate in a personal capacity with another board member. I understand it seems like there's maybe not the will to change this document, but I at least feel thankful to be heard and understood on that. Is that where we want to sit on this?
Yeah, my understanding, Hal, is that some of this remains to be further discussed. And so what I'm thinking is that we would take action tonight on the suggestions for specific language changes and schedule subsequent conversations for the remaining parts of the document.
Okay. Are there other topics? I guess what I'm saying is I don't feel so strongly about that to re-agenda this item right away, given how much we're working on. If there's other things that meet that description, should we look at them now? I agree, it could be a 2-part process, but if we can close this as a 1-part process, that's a wonderful thing in my mind.
Yeah. Hal, in the notes, I think that's included in the back of the packet. Staff made notes of some of the other interest in discussing other areas of the document, including the one you just brought up. I believe there was maybe 4 or 5 other areas.
Oh, really? Wow.
So,
Okay.
but what we also agreed on is this is a fluid document, and that, hey, let's go ahead and make these changes at the next retreat, or perhaps when we have some time during matters from the board, that we could bring up some of these other items that we wanted to discuss. So we did capture the areas where we felt further discussion was needed. And so it's just a matter of how we want to schedule that in. But I think everybody agreed that we ought to get the changes we all agreed to in place and view this as a fluid document with a new template in front of us.
Great. So Karen, and you're with the full awareness on that. Your motion is to make a approval of this with the plan that we will look yet again in short order.
Yeah, that's listed on page 1 for this agenda item. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other areas for potential discussion
Okay.
that are not yet resolved. So I was just going to move to approve the amended changes to OSBT Rules of Procedure document as amended tonight
Wonderful.
in attachment A.
Great. Michelle, Caroline, Dave, is everybody else good with that as an approach?
I am.
Yes.
Okay, for the sake of expediency, Karen, do you want to lift your motion? I guess did you just lift it? We'll consider it lifted if you'd like.
I think if we can get Leah to document it.
Great.
I'll second it.
A second from Dave. And that leaves Michelle. How do you vote? Yes. Caroline?
Yes.
And I myself will also vote yes. So we have a full consensus on that item.
I would like just to check in with Leah to make sure she felt like she was able to capture that adequately.
I believe so, Karen. The way that, if you're okay with me just making it a little more succinct, otherwise I can pull it up and we can read it again.
What I think I said is I move to approve the amended changes to the OSBT Rules of Procedure document as amended tonight and presented in attachment A.
Okay, that's what I got. Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. We will be back on that one, but good to make marginal progress today.
Marginal? That was 3 years in the making, Hal.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're pleased. Great. Next up, we have to talk about the content for the annual letter in regard to Council's 2022 work plan. This also was an outgrowth of the retreat. I am going to read the 4 points that we agreed that we wanted to discuss in this letter. We agreed during the retreat that we want to cover visitor usage, recreation planning, and the larger project management plan. We agreed we wanted to talk about getting the council liaison to OSBT appointment status updated for us. And frankly, that we think it would be good to have that tradition continue. We also said that we wanted to touch on CU South, the disposal process and public perceptions surrounding that. And finally, that we wanted to talk about carbon net neutrality timelines and goals, and perhaps even be making a request from the or a recommendation from the standpoint of OSBT that moving forward on a citywide carbon accounting protocol would be beneficial. So that seems to be the agreed structure, and the question really becomes, well, how do we get a letter written?
And Hal, if I could just provide a little bit of context from what the specific ask of council was, and you all can do what you want, but I feel like I owe it to citywide efforts to convey what council asks. Is they asked this board if there is one additional item that you feel ought to be added to council's work plan for 2022, to please identify what that item would be. So I would suggest if this board, I think you run the risk of maybe not being heard if you put this huge list. I would succinctly answer that in one opening paragraph. And if you want to provide other things after that, feel free. That would just be my advice, knowing what what council specifically asks. So
Okay.
good at that.
Yeah, and that makes very good sense. The problem I'm seeing is that the only one thing that we just listed that would qualify as a requested addition to the work plan would be the carbon accounting system. The rest is more communicative in nature. Do other people have an alternative view of what exists as a request for their work plan?
How, when you were going through your list, I was looking at the notes from the retreat. That's item D, page 1. And I didn't hear you say anything about increasing visitation, which is something we talked about at the retreat under this item.
Forgive me, I felt that was the first thing I said.
Yeah, I heard that.
That was the very first thing, visitor usage, number 1.
Oh, visitor usage. Okay, meaning increasing
Yep.
visitor usage.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And that just strikes me as an example of something that's not like a work plan item for city council, unless people understand a different way to frame it. So that, I guess that's why I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna meet Dan's request to the citywide. What do people think we should do with that?
I mean, I think really, they've what Dan suggested, which is starting out with here's the one and answering that question. Here's the one thing we would add to your work plan, and here are some thoughts that came up in our retreat. And then your list comes in, Hal, because they may not read beyond that. I hope they will, but we want to get that out in front because it's directly answering their question.
Well, I could picture them just wanting to be fair for all the boards and commissions. So if we presented 12 things and the rest of the boards mainly presented 1, then they would have to decide which one they're going to pick from our 12, just to be fair that of approaching it across.
Yeah,
consistently.
I agree with what you've said, Dan. And when I read those instructions a month ago, I totally agreed that saying more than 1 was not in our best interest. But when I read this agenda item in preparation for tonight's board meeting, what came across my mind was 2 things. How to work with the new council with so many new members who have not been involved in the substantive issues we've been dealing with that are still on the agenda, that are not new items, but that are new items to them. And I don't know whether before or after the council retreat is the time to deal with that. But it seems to me we've got work to do, especially with the new members on council, that in my mind almost begs an optional field trip to get out on the land and show them the issues that we're dealing with that have been on our agenda, that are still on our agenda, that are not new items. And whether that's part of this letter or whether that's part of a separate, whether there's a better way, Dan, that can be communicated and dealt with through your work with the city manager, or how you see that happening.
Yeah, Karen, so just a little bit of history. It's not so much board, but from a staff perspective is what they used to do is when a new council came in, whether it's 1 member or in this case 4 new members, is they would set up through the winter, through Q1, what they would call Council Fridays. And that would be a new board member would come, and we would basically, each department would have about 3 to 4 hours of their attention. And we would basically try to describe all the issues we're working on. And it could be, you could bring them out to the field as well. So it's sort of up to the department how they want to use that time. I did check in on that. And again, just like with this letter, they're thinking of, they don't know how effective those were. And so
because they were sort of fire hose things based on
they're
everything.
sort of fire hose things. And sometimes council a member wouldn't show up, for instance, and staff would have put all this time into it. And so they're revisiting exactly how they want to orientate new council members. So one option is we can kind of find out over the next couple of weeks of what that orientation period is going to be like. Or as Michelle suggested, in your other, you might want to suggest that, you know, we encourage you to get orientated, whether it's going out in the field with us or however, but we have yet to learn exactly what that orientation process is going to look like this year.
Hearing your gave me an idea. Karen, you were the one who raised the tradition of the council liaison. If we made reestablishment of a council liaison our singular request in this letter, I feel like we'd be pretty assured to get one and would have a better channel ongoing to council. Does that serve our needs?
I like it.
Is it, just throwing options out.
When I was listening to the city council meeting yesterday, they had a section where they were going through all of the internal and external committees. And Mirabai has been the liaison for the boards. And it appeared to me that that position would be, filled by a new city council member, and that committee would still stand moving forward. So I didn't catch when they were going to have the newly elected city council members, request which committees they would like to be on, but that is something that, will get filled. And then at that time, we could loop around with that person and discuss it's kind of what everyone's saying, but as I understood the last meeting was that that person, does exist, the committee exists, and it will get filled with the new.
So you're saying Mirabai was our liaison to council for the last year or two?
She wasn't our specific department liaison, but for instance, if there was a trust, if one of you moved away and we needed to fill a trustee position like that, she would be the point person to figure out when vacancies needed to be filled. And
for vacancies for anybody.
She wouldn't be like.
But Caroline, did they talk about liaisons to boards at council?
I mean, from what Dan is saying, I thought it was if a board is having an issue or problem, or maybe not even like a problem, but just something that needs to be discussed or brought to council, then that is their avenue to do so. Was how I understood it. But if that's not quite the way that it has been presented for a while, but I believe she said that she had been in that position since her time on city council. So
yeah, and that has been functioning when there's been vacancies, but that's different than what Hal has brought up.
Karen, I watched the city council meeting, and they spent a very long time on specific appointments of council to things. There was no liaison to individual boards. And that's why I do think that your point, as far as us having a work item, we could place emphasis on that. And it might be a worthwhile thing to do, because then you're using the letter to open a more permanent channel. It's a thought.
Yeah. When I was on the Chautauqua board, we had a council member actually sat on the Chautauqua board, and that was so valuable.
Yeah, that used to be for OSBT, but it's fallen off of council's plate in the last 3 or 4 years, I think.
What if we took the council liaison suggestion and coupled that with one other item, so that it looks like one, but it just strikes me that the liaison, it's in and of itself is kind of a bureaucratic administrative function that, we've got some really big issues. And so if we could, I think the liaison notion is important, but it might be the entree to, recognizing or acknowledging, something else that we really want to focus on.
I feel like we could meet Dan's suggestion by going up front about requesting the liaison. And I believe we should use this letter to do more than just this one thing. I think we've got enough important on our mind.
Yes.
So maybe we could start with requesting the liaison and then follow up with the other points we know we wanted to follow up with.
And we could show that the liaison would be helpful in accomplishing some or all of those, so that there would be a tie or connection in the council's mind that, you know, that it makes sense to consider the liaison in order to deal with some of these other issues.
You're saying the importance of the liaison role because all
Right.
these important issues. Yeah.
It sounds, I'm seeing a lot of nods yes, like we might be in a mutually agreed direction on that. Which goes to our own administrative piece. I personally am not attached to writing this letter myself. And frankly, I feel like there's really good consensus on the things that we want to talk about. So I want to suggest the idea, is anybody interested in establishing a 2-person committee to work on this 1 to 1.5 page letter? I'd be willing to serve with them. We could do 2 other people. I really am not attached. Because I think we do have pretty good agreement on what the items of concern are.
I'm happy to help if it is so the will of the board.
And I like the idea of a 1-pager, limiting it to just 1 page, because I don't think anything beyond that's going to get read.
Yep.
Maybe a half.
And a half a page would be great.
Poetry in your background, right?
Yeah, all right. A haiku even.
Right. Have it rhyme.
I'm seeing it through the request for the liaison and then bullet points saying, these are the things we'd really like to work with the liaison on. It has a conceptual coherence to it. And we're at least getting them prepared about them knowing what we'd like to talk to them about.
Yeah, I think we just went from 1 page to half a page to like 5 words.
Go for it. I have 2 questions, and I don't want to leave this topic without asking them, but I think we're done with that. Are we not?
I'm not, I don't think we're done yet. I am willing to do this if you guys would like. If other people are enthusiastic about writing it, I'm open to that too. I'd like it to just be the will of the board for either me to have to do it and people say, you know what, Hal, go ahead and do it, or other people want to do it, do it.
I think it might be something to note as well that if council hears our requests and reaches out to us, then whoever is the people that write the letter might kind of become the point of contact. May or may not, but just to, say that if that, establishes itself.
And frankly, Karen, in your current position as vice chair, if there were a committee member I would recommend on this task, you would be involved.
Thank you, but in the next month, I can't take anything else on.
Okay, let's do this. I, in my role as the chair, will pen this letter and it will come back to you all for review as a packet item. And we will go from there.
Excellent.
I think that's a good idea.
Great.
Thanks, Hal.
All right, Karen, back to you.
Because the climate action item is one of the bullet points on this half pager, can someone explain to me what the second half of the last sentence in the retreat summary says? I've read it 5 times and I really can't tell you what it's saying.
Do you know what page are you looking at there? Forgive me.
Item D, page 3.
Yeah.
And because the rest of the retreat summary is so good, I'm sure it's something we said, but it's not computing in my head.
And what section are you referring to?
4 to 4:30 climate action.
Oh.
Okay, I've got specific comments, Karen. This was noted poorly. So non-GAAP is GAP is spelled GAAP, and it is a acronym that stands for Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. It's currently written as GAP, like hole in the wall.
Well, rather than use, can we use plain English and just say what it is that the intention is? Because I think we were pretty clear about the idea of creating, my words were some kind of graphic, but something visual to show the ways in which OSMP lands and processes and functions sequester carbon and generate greenhouse gases.
Yes, this being my item, I'm going to just riff for a sec. I believe that's 100% in the ability for staff to do, is to create a nice depiction of the conceptuals. But what Caroline and I are pointing at bigger picture is that an actual accounting methodology citywide has the potential to demonstrate how beneficial our programs and activities are towards the goals of climate, and that their exact quantification is beneficial. Hence the specificity of, we'd like to see this non-GAAP, which in financial speak is pretty well understood, a non-GAAP measure of an accounting for this. So I guess my point is, I feel like the open space staff is plenty equipped to do a conceptual measure. This is more about, we're ready for the city at the highest level of the finance department to start thinking about unrolling carbon accounting. It's a pretty bold ask. It's ambitious. But that's what this point is about. Does that add clarity?
If I were expecting mere mortals to read this and make sense of it, I would lead with the need for the city to institute the accounting of our carbon footprint, parentheses, using a non-GAAP measure, using non-GAAP measurements or something like that.
Yep. So
that the technical language didn't distract from the point that you're trying to make.
Gotcha. Yes, gotcha. So can I make you this promise? Because that item made it into the list of 4 items that we want to talk to our liaison about, I will do a beautiful job of writing it myself in that letter. And if you really feel we want to update the notes here, that's fine too. But I feel like hitting the city council writes the key part.
Okay, that's fine with me. And let me go to my second point, which is I am totally confused at this point about, where's the agenda item we were talking about? I've got too many. We're not on that anymore. It has to do with increasing visitation. And I have heard 2 diametrically opposed statements about increasing visitation on our system. I have heard in the August packets infrastructure report that we've got things like 44% increase in the amount of cleanup stuff that has to be done. Providing evidence like many of the other neighboring open space systems have done to use that as a proxy for increase in usage. And then I'm quite sure in the last 1 or 2 board meetings, staff, and I'm not sure whether it was John Potter or someone else, has said, you know, we don't really have an increase. You need to look at the numbers. Your perception of increase in usage is not borne out by the data. So I want to know, are we having an increase in visitation?
Karen, based on our conversations at the retreat, I've spoken with John, and we are going to have our human dimensions staff help us prepare what the 2021 numbers at our trail counters look like. And we are going to come back and I believe it's in Q1. So we wanted to make sure the year ended and put the data together so we're all on the same page of what the numbers look like for 2021. So we're all speaking the same language when we're speaking to each other and when we're speaking to community members. So my suggestion at this point is let's have the data come in for the year, and we will carve out definitely in a written memo and very likely a conversation, a presentation of our visitation numbers.
And what did you call it? Because what Karen said when you were reading through it was, she said, I thought that you missed increasing visitation, and you said, no, it was the very first thing that I said, but you just didn't say increasing visitation. What phrase did you use?
Yeah, no, it says visitation. Yes, I've got loud and clear that the item we're exploring is stresses created by rising visitation.
And the reason I think it's somewhat nuanced, Karen, is because it depends on what your area are looking at. What some of the preliminary numbers are telling us is that certain areas have basically maintained a status quo while other areas have gone up. The trash we're not sure is related to the numbers, but is relationship to how people are using the system of taking carry out and coming on and eating their dinner on our system. So my suggestion to all of us is let's have the data come in, and we've got it committed already, penciled in a future agenda to come and present data to you, and in which we'll see the numbers. But certainly, we presented you with the comprehensive update from a couple of years ago, which showed us, I believe it was a 34% increase since 2005. So, our last comprehensive update showed that type of increase over the period of those 15 years. Because we've now installed 11 counters at 11 specific sites, we're able to give more annual updates. But extrapolating that out to the whole system we start to get into estimations at that point. But we certainly can daylight the numbers that we're seeing at the 11 sites that we're tracking on a daily basis now.
Were there 11 sites in 2005, or was it tracked completely different then?
We didn't have permanent daily counters set up at those sites. This has been a new investment that we've been making over the last few years, so we can have more nimble and more up-to-date numbers as they come in.
It was a visitation done by a guy named Vasky up at CSU, I think, in 2005. Is that right, Dan?
I'm not sure.
No,
I'm looking at maybe the list of who's on Karen, you may know better than me. Might be Steve, or going back to maybe who did that item, but.
I'll just throw in from my side on this. I think raising this in our letter is great. At some stage, the data and the knowledge becomes uninteresting, and the real currency is creative ideas of what we're going to do. And that's going to take an all hands on deck, elected officials, staff, this board, coming up with some good ideas. So.
Okay, thank you very much for entertaining my two naive questions.
Great. With that, I'd like to hand the floor back to you, Karen, to talk about the follow-up and recommendations on adaptive management related to the upcoming December OSBT discussion. And you have a written item in the packet that we can draw people's attentions to, which is page
4C, page one.
There it is, 4C, page 1. Who said that? Michelle?
I'm still awake, barely.
Good. Me too. 4C, page 1 is my draft that I promised to provide to the board coming out of the retreat from our discussion, my best stab at a draft of what we said was important in implementing adaptive management. And I wanted to make sure that everybody got a copy of it, because I think the best way to hone a final document to make a recommendation is for you to actually have a hard copy in front of you to work on.
Karen, I want to thank you for doing this work, and I thought it was a great document. I was wondering where you saw this going. Like, does this somehow, it becomes a recommendation to staff then? Is that what you're thinking? Okay.
Yep. And I can't remember where I saw it in the last month, but it's typically over the years, the board has done that on a variety of topics where the board wanted to sort of underscore a practice that we wanted to see improved.
I do have just a couple of comments or questions on it. Under line 1 or bullet point 1, you know, the second sentence where you talk about how it's initiated to address the problem or issue. And then it sort of ends with specifically to initiate adaptive management, the staff and board will. And so, you know, my question is, like, a lot of adaptive management, at least what I saw in the last example with the signs with seasonal dog leashing, is really a staff, like, you know, we're not going to get, you don't foresee ourselves getting involved in that kind of, I mean, I think, you know, as a board, we set policy, and then, you know, as staff, they implement. And so I'm just wondering what you're thinking about saying in adding the staff and board will.
I basically agree with what you're saying, but I also see the board through our monthly meetings and other meetings as having a way to communicate with the community that the staff does not have access to. So for instance, if we were to hold a study session or a meeting to discuss some adaptive management steps that were about to be initiated, we would have an opportunity at that meeting to engage the public and to help in developing community understanding of the problem, for instance. So that goes beyond just staff work, but involves the board in doing that work as well.
I kind of look at it as like a template. So while it might apply to like a specific problem that we're, maybe problem's not the right word, but outcome that we're trying to achieve over the years, and then for subsequent boards, it again could just be a template used for policy, kind of like what you're saying.
Yeah, I think Michelle's question is whether the board would actually be doing this or whether the staff would. And I see it as a combined effort myself, because I think we as a board have a different kind of access to the community than staff does.
We're not saying that every sort of adaptive management issue, the staff and board will be involved in every single one. I just want to be careful that we are not getting into a sort of management role. You know, that, right. You know, I mean, we certainly, we want to be, you know, if there is a problem identified and we do have, and it rises to a level where we do need to have a community understanding and engagement of the community, that will always be our role, I think.
But in terms of, well, you know, I offered my suggestions about the signs, for example, like they're just not obvious enough. I'm not going to be like, hey, Dan, you need to go change those signs, you know, or, hey, hikers, what do you think of these signs? You know, I don't know, I'm taking an extreme example of like, I'm not really getting at that level of community understanding of, you know, how we deal with a particular issue. So I don't know, I guess if this is going to be sort of our.
Would it be a better template, as Caroline is labeling it, to say the staff with the support of the board will, to make it clear that we're not going to be managing the system? That's a staff responsibility.
Yeah, if we just kind of delineate that a little bit. Does that resonate with you, Dan?
Yeah, I think that does help. I was going to raise that point, and the other point that I was going to raise that I think what's missing from this is Michelle, you described it well, as the scale, because I think that we had about, you know, 8 other examples that we could have kind of carried on, and our point of raising those other 8 examples at the retreat was to really hone in on that scale, because really on a daily basis, there are small scale adaptive management examples that we're doing, you know, whether it's shifting grazing regimes to get desired impact on weeds, or whether it's using different techniques for cattail management at northern leopard frog sites when we're not seeing the success that we want, or I mean, changing techniques for girdling trees to improve retention of snags after forest management. I mean, there's all these day-to-day stuff, and I don't think the intention of the board is to be able to bog us down to when we want to do some small scale adaptive management that we would then go through the big wheel. I think what we are trying to describe a little bit at the retreat is that, you know, there are these smaller day-to-day examples that we do from a management perspective every day. So I think what's missing also from this document is that scalability. And I think really that number 1 point that Karen's raising is really that good framework for larger issues. You know, the larger issues that have stakeholder involvement that may ultimately result in policy change, and how we differentiate between that and our sort of day-to-day techniques.
That riffs with the couple suggestions I was going to make, Karen. One was on item 3. It stood out to me. Only in certain cases do we have like these cost recovery frameworks where user fees can presently be implemented. And there is like a lot of adaptive management going on at the department that is not available for cost recovery. So just to be like a little clearer on that one, to say, you know, when available in a cost recovery setting, user fees can be used to do the monitoring. There are many instances where we're going to have to pay for the monitoring as a department without any cost recovery, and that's perfectly fine, but just differentiating between the two. And then my other just comment was, to my mind, a lot of the real crux of this issue lives in item number 5. And that is currently the department is actively engaged in adaptive management on a number of small issues where the pipeline to change is not as bogged down. And so it is happening more quickly and effectively. And I feel like the board is worried about some places where there are many levels of political engagement that are standing in the way of what feels like any action at all, let alone quick action. And so that's one area I'm interested in kind of honing in on here. And particularly, how is this template that we would like to develop with the staff going to try to reduce that that lag created through movement through the municipal process? Basically, being square with council up front when seeking their approval on something policy related, that we would like to put this adaptive management context around it and get your approval for the whole thing ready to go, so they don't need to be revisited. Does that make sense? I see you smiling. These are my comments about.
Oh, Hal, was your question to me or to Karen?
No, to Karen.
Okay.
I'm offering suggestions of how this recommendation can be improved.
Well, so that we don't infringe on Michelle's bedtime.
Sorry. Try not to have caffeine after 5 o'clock, but I needed some today.
I'm
And
trying not to do that myself.
I'll just make
How
a note
about
that
if-
we,
How about if people who have edits, revisions to suggest, if you send them to me and I'll compile them and we can put them in the December packet and then act in December.
I think mine are very brief, so whatever your preference is, but yes, I think largely you've got something that makes fundamental sense here.
Dan, I heard you start to talk. Were you?
well, I was just saying that I will pass along my suggestion on scalability and some things that I think may be missing here as well. Even though
As was said earlier this evening, if people could submit actual words on paper, it would be that much easier to capture the essence of where you see a revision being made.
Dan, can you just, I want to understand your comment. When you say scalability, you're seeing like two tracks on adaptive management, like the small package and the large package. Is that right?
That's right.
And trying to define that very clearly.
Yeah, I don't think it's any intent of the people on this screen to sort of prevent us from changing our cattail management regime based on the numbers of northern leopard frogs we're seeing. So we're going to try something different with our management of cattail. I mean, but you know, if we're talking about doing some significant adaptive management on voice and sight, like we were talking about this fall, I mean, those are two different scales, and one is day-to-day management type stuff, and the other one starts to delve into stakeholders and policy and other things. So I was just echoing a little bit what Michelle was alluding to too.
Yeah, is your specific concern on the larger scale, you're talking about things that require council approval expressly? Is that like the essence of this?
I mean, that would fall under that umbrella, but there could be other larger things that may not quite go to that level. But that would be an example for sure.
Okay.
Let me ask about number 2. Because the way I see it, all the fine grain examples that you've given, like cattails and northern leopard frogs, or tall oak grass regimes, grazing regimes for tall oak grass, they all have a monitoring element that enables them to know what that tweak did, how it changed things, and therefore what the next step is, what has been learned, and what additional revision should be made.
Sure.
So
I'm just saying all of these, and Hal raised it for point number 3, that could apply to certain program areas where adaptive management used, but other ones it's not even applicable. Number 1, to me, speaks a little bit more towards those larger program areas in which we would develop community understanding and have that more robust framework. Certainly, Karen, you're right. Number 2 probably applies in some form or fashion to everything. Why we wouldn't take an action unless we had some reason why we were going to do it. And that reason is probably based on some sort of continual monitoring, which comes in different forms and styles. But so I think one of the things about this document is how does it scale up or scale down and be applicable? And some of them may not be. So we may need words like, if applicable, user fees could be used and that sort of thing.
Would this be more helpful to you, Dan, if it was restructured a little bit as a recommendation of key items to address in your planned, scheduled policy or internal procedure building process? Is it? I see, Karen, you're shaking your head no, but
I think what we were discussing is our concept of adaptive management based on the staff's presentation and all the policy documents that refer to adaptive management, and our recommendations to staff on practices to use when adaptive management is being implemented.
yeah. This is an interesting one. I am with you in spirit on much of what you have here. For me, the real concern is I just don't think adaptive management can take place within a multi-body review. I don't believe a scientific feedback management process can actually work if it has to go through multiple boards. The lag time between point A and point B is too far. And also it asks staff to undertake a massive process, which can be time consuming, difficult. And it's only natural sometimes to say, hey, that sounds like a lot of work. I don't want to do it. Adaptive management, in my mind, can only function when it's been authorized in full form from the beginning and seeks no reauthorization other than the scientific data itself. And so that's the main thing I'm concerned seeing happening in the larger scale adaptive management going forward. How can we achieve that with City Council is basically the $1 million question in my mind.
So we have time set aside in December. I do want to just clarify that if board members wouldn't mind going through me to get to Karen, just to kind of stay away from the sunshine laws and not
good point
amongst yourself. So please use me as your resource for getting feedback from Karen. And Karen, as long as you're welcome to it, you know, staff may follow up with some comments of our own. And that that would be one way of doing it. Is Karen's laid out a template here. Work on it.
This is just intended as a first draft. Comments by anybody are welcome in my book.
Okay.
Revisions. Let me take that back, not comments. We used that word before and said, no, we're not talking about comments. We're talking about revisions.
Well, great. Thank you for seeking that input. I think everybody's clear. We've got a live opportunity for feedback, and you will send comments to Dan related to that. Okay. Are you, is that all you need there, Karen, on item C?
And shall we set a deadline of something like, when does the next packet go out?
Yes, that will go out. Well, it will actually go out on the 1st, but ideally, Leah appreciates a day or two to help get things organized. So let's put it as Monday the 30th, would that be?
29th?
Yeah, Monday, excuse me, yeah. Monday the 29th, end of the day, Monday the 29th?
To me?
Oh,
or
right,
me
no,
to
Karen, that's
you?
when we would like it.
Okay, so the deadline for board members to get their comments into you is?
Well, you'll be working on this Thanksgiving Day, right? And watching football and writing adaptive management statements.
Yeah, right.
How about 2 weeks from today, the 24th? Is that okay?
To Dan?
Yeah, so I can get them off to Karen and then she could have almost a week to work on it.
Yeah.
Over Thanksgiving, sure.
But if I get them as soon as I can, I'll feed them as soon as I get them. So some of you are good and get them to me.
I'm just teasing. I'm not going to probably pay attention to them before the 24th, so that's okay.
Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah, and I talked about item C, which is also on your list of things to do, the application and related guidelines for license and disposal requests. So you're also going to be thinking about submitting written comments on that between now and the next meeting. And I have nothing else to say about written information. Does any other board member have anything to say on written items?
No, I think we're good. The field trip to Paddock is going to be great. And then we're taking that up next month.
Wonderful. All right, everyone. Well, it's been a lovely fall evening with everyone. I think we are prepared to adjourn this meeting.
And when are we going to be getting the red line on the whatever it's called?
How about I'll send that to Dan right after we hang up, and Dan will send it to you shortly thereafter.
Oh, great. Okay.
It's not a problem. It's right here.
I'll just be off tomorrow. We actually get a paid holiday tomorrow, and I might take it.
Wonderful. Well, we're set to adjourn, everybody, at 10:20 p.m. Pleasure to be with you all. Have a great evening.
See y'all.
Bye-bye.